it sensational as it scrolls across the screen? Was it inspirational? Not always what it seems. Is it educational? It will teach you not to write. Or confrontational. You only fight for a disguise. Don't comply. Start a thinking by yourself. Don't comply. 'Cause in the end there's no one else. You don't have to show up, but you don't have to care. You don't have to blow up, but only beware. Don't comply. Don't comply. You had enough to face the strange. Don't comply. It's the only way to make a change. You don't have to show up, but you don't have to care. Don't comply. Start a thinking by yourself. You don't have to go away. Don't comply. 'Cause in the end there's no one else. Don't comply.
Hey everybody, welcome to Indy After Dark. I am here with Constitution Vet, MSM Liars, also known as John, MA Patriot, also known as Sean, Bonnie, and Landon and Tiff from Unspecified Podcast. And I'm so excited for everybody here tonight. I just feel like we already backstage, we're just yapping it up, and I thought, we're just gonna have some great conversation tonight. It's a little bit more about conversation tonight than music, but we do have some great indie music also lined up. And I think we'll just start by going around and having everybody share a little bit about yourselves and your channel or your platform if you have one. You want to go ahead and start, Ben?
Sure. So yeah, I'm Ben, Constitution Vet. My platform isn't that big. I do have a channel on YouTube called Constitution Vet. It has been kind of dormant for a while, mainly because I've been on the job market, looking for a new career, going to IT school, getting IT training. Today I had 2 job interviews, so there's hope to that. But basically, my channel has always been a source to provide educational information, but also to call out the political hypocrisy through fun nature mockumentaries. There's a bunch on there.
I love your
Go check it out if you want to. And right now, I'm currently doing a weekly show on This Way Network with Joel, and I'm happy to be here.
Awesome. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, I had come on. Was it on September 11th? Was that the one that you were here for? Do you remember?
Yeah, actually, yes.
Is that what I was trying to remember when it was? Yeah, but some of you might recognize him from that. So yeah, thank you for being here, Ben. Glad you're back. All right, John, want to go ahead and tell us a little bit about yourself?
Good evening, everyone. I'm John, MSM Liars. Some of y'all might know me from Bards when I was back with him. I am with, I do a podcast now on Thursdays with my buddy Duncan. His podcast is Kilted Christian. It's on Podbeam right now. I think he's working on getting a Rumble up, but it's just a podcast at the moment. So it's all audio, but we talk about all kinds of stuff, everything that, and anything and everything in between, flat Earth to the vaccine to everything. Or can I say that on YouTube? I haven't been on YouTube in a long time.
Well, it's fine. It's kind of hit and miss. We don't really know.
You never know when the sneaky Google mods are out there. So.
All right, exactly.
But
Queen, thank you so much. Sorry, John. 1 second. Thank you so
You're
much,
good.
Queen, for becoming a member. And really fast, I do want to say that's a new thing, you guys. So you can become members if you want to. There's 3 different membership levels, and just something kind of fun and different. And thank you to all of you who have pushed me to do it and are showing your support. Really appreciate you all. All right, go ahead, John. Thanks.
No problems. That's about it. I coach Little League Baseball, a 13U team that I absolutely love, and that's about the sum of it.
All right. Hey, Bran. Yeah, I'm glad you're here tonight, John. Yeah, I've known John for a really long time too, and yeah, just excited for the conversations tonight. Bran, thanks for being here. All right, Landon. Kind of snake our way around here.
How is it going? Well, we when we have a live stream,
That's right.
We usually cover just about everything going on that we think has some kind of relevance to what's going on biblically these days. And when life arises, or however you want to put it, life gets in the way. You can't always have the perfect schedule, and so then pretty much we'll just try our best to make a video out of whatever we're doing.
That's right.
So
yeah, that's right. Right now it's a lot of camping. Okay.
So look out for that.
That's right. Awesome. Yeah, I've been enjoying your videos.
But when we do our little live streams, they're really fun. So I have a good time.
She has a good time.
That's right, because I don't have to be on camera and I can just make little funny comments. And then if they're not that funny, then I could just be like, oh, I was never here.
Or just the hand or the nose every once in a while.
Prove it.
Really fast. I'm horrible about this, you guys, but that intro song was Don't Comply. That's by Gary Hubbs and Hetriani, and it's an amazing collaboration. Anti, if you haven't already, which I'm sure you probably have, I'm just not there yet, please drop that link. And it's just a great song. They put it out about a month ago. They both have newer music too, but that song I thought was really good, and I like the message of it, obviously, and I thought it was great for tonight. So thanks for reminding me to tell about that intro song. All right, thanks, Landon and Tiff. Glad you're here. All right, Bonnie.
Get my mouse to work. Hello, Indy, panel, and everyone in chat.
I know, so many great people here in chat. I'm trying not to spend so much time talking to the chat right here at the beginning, but it's hard. But I see you all here, and I was actually getting choked up scrolling through and just seeing how many people were here, and I just love all of you guys. I'm like everybody. I'm like, oh look, they're here. Oh, they're here. And thank you for being here and being a part of this. Appreciate you all. All right, keep going, Bonnie.
I was seeing hellos, and so I just wanted to make sure I said it all.
Mayhem. That is amazing. Wow. Sorry, Bonnie. Go ahead.
That's okay. I have not been going on regularly like I used to, but I do have one set up for tomorrow night with a special guest. So any Q followers or non-Q followers, I think you might find it hopefully amusing. So maybe may get offended, but it's just for a good time. And then we're going to follow up with an interview with Deep State. Could be interesting also.
All right. Hey, Ricardo. Thanks for being here. Good to see you, brother. Yeah. Oh, that's awesome, Bonnie. I'm excited to see who your guest is going to be. But you said that's tomorrow night? What
Yes, tomorrow
time?
at 8 Central.
Okay.
And yeah, and we just go over everything. Last week it was Dee and I with going over Christianity, and we have different views on some things, but it was really interesting to hear both sides. And that is the thing that I try to promote, is being open-minded and seeing both sides and really listening to maybe there's other ways to think about things than just being totally set in our ways, and that's it, no matter what.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Because I think
no, that's
how
great.
we eventually get along, everyone is going to have to get along in some way, whether we're all thrown together in a group or whatever. And so we need to work out those differences, or at least talk about them and see how we can get to the other side and build a better nation for all.
Yeah, I love that. That's part of what I want to talk about tonight, or ideas we have for how to move forward, in a positive way. And Bonnie, that's part of why I really wanted you to be here, because you're really good about, kind of staying focused on what we can do.
Thank you.
I love that. Yeah. Thank you. All right. And then I'll go ahead and put this down so we can see names here. MA Patriot, Sean, you want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Well, hey, everyone. Don't have a platform anymore, like John said, because you might remember John and I working together when we were with Bards. Just working as a chef every day, for the most part. Dealt with wreaths across America today when I was up working at the volunteering with the veterans of the American Legion here. So that was cool to get to see everybody there, getting all the convoy ready to head down to Arlington National Cemetery this weekend. So
great.
That's awesome.
I love that you're helping in that way. Oh, I have to pause for a second. Mayhem. My goodness, Mayhem. Thank you so much. What a blessing. That is a huge blessing. He sent a $100 donation and said, for Christmas from Mayhem Santa. Mayhem, that's incredible. Thank you so much, brother.
That's what I had interrupted Bonnie for. I just didn't realize it. I was like, oh, Mayhem. And then I was like, oh, I just bulldozed Bonnie. I'm sorry.
Well, I wasn't there yet, but so I didn't know. I figured I'd get to the comment, but that's fantastic. Thank you, Mayhem.
Memberships and
yeah, this is great. Thank you so much, you guys. I appreciate the support. All right. Was there anything else, Sean? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
No, you're good. No, it's been a while since we've talked. Since John brought up the Google bots earlier.
Yeah. Yep.
That were up from that stream.
Well, yeah, actually, I think I met you through Bards, and then over on Podbean. I think on John. I don't know if it's your Podbean, John, or if it was somebody else's. But anyway, I got to come over and listen to you guys. It was great.
Well, it was also through the podcast, the YouTube show that you were monitoring.
It was Bart's. We came into Bart's one night because you asked us to come in and talk about stuff, and that's when we were like, well, type this Bible verse and see what happens. And it kept getting taken down, and we were like, yeah, see what's going on.
It was actually Luke 17 too.
It was. Yeah, it absolutely was. And if we typed that into our Google channel, Bard's YouTube channel, it was being taken down. And when we got over there, we told Bard's people, type this in, and the moderators were typing it in. It was getting taken down by the Google moderators because it's the millstone verse. Luke 17:2 is that you'd be better to have millstones tied around your neck than to harm a child.
But it also depended on the Bible version that you were typing in, because some of them were okay, others were not, and they were removed immediately. but it wouldn't be from the moderator. It would come up and say, Google has removed this.
Yeah, it was pretty wild.
Wow.
I don't know if they still are or not, but it was an interesting thing that happened for sure.
There we go. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about
Yes.
that. I got completely kicked. So yeah, it was. It was in Burt Gardner Live's live stream. That's the one that we were at. Yeah. And I don't know how you'd found that channel to begin with, but I'm glad that you did. Yeah, we had a great time hanging out over there.
No, I always browse random YouTube channels that are live at night, see what's going on, see what people are talking about.
I do too.
He was just cracking me up, so I stayed there and listened for a while.
Yeah, put that thing. Yeah, he would always crack me up. I love that guy. Yeah, Bert's one of the 2 people that I've met from YouTube in real life. And sometime I'll get him to come up on panel, I hope. He's been on before, but it's been a while. But we all go in phases. He's busy with in-person live stuff, and that's good. He's doing great. All right. Well, I thought I don't know. How do you guys want to do this? We can kind of come up with some topics if we want to. Chat, I guess let's start there. If you guys have Mayhem, thank you. That's awesome. For gifting memberships. That's so cool. And you guys, I think there are emojis. I set them up, but I haven't seen them yet. So if you guys do find the emojis, and I don't know if I just set them up today, so we'll see if they work out. But there should be some in there to use. I'm excited for people to see. But anyway, what was I just saying? I got off topic.
You were just trying to figure out the good format for tonight.
Oh, right. Yeah. So I have some questions if we want to kind of get started with that. But really, I just think, I guess what's on your minds right now with what's going on with the country and the world? Like, what do you guys see as like the top pressing topics, the things we need to be talking about?
The debates were hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah. Vivek seemed to kind of, rub everybody's noses in it, which is great to see.
I got an idea.
Yeah.
Okay, this is going to sound stupid, but this is completely true. So there's a channel on YouTube called Fat Electrician. Check him out. He's a veteran. He makes these awesome videos about history, but he made a short one today. It sounds made up. It's completely true. The current administration wants to release bears near throughout rural Washington, near like actual livable areas. Why? I don't know, but that's the government for you. So up right now on DuckDuckGo or Google, it's an actual thing.
I heard something about this. It's ridiculous. It's crazy.
I think we should just release them right into Washington, D.C. first.
Can we do Washington, D.C. and the border? Can we put them there?
Right?
Because they'd be more effective.
I mean, there's more tigers in Texas than the rest of the world, so why not we just do that?
Oh yeah, that was a good conversation. I still think about my attack elephants.
Yeah, line up the whole zoo.
Line up the whole zoo.
Yo, we just watched Chronicles of Narnia last night. I'm ready. That war, like y'all didn't see that epic battle scene? Y'all know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
I do.
Right, William?
C.S. Lewis was awesome.
That rhino went ham.
That rhino went ham.
So you know what? It's funny because
Donald, it's
Indy
good to
asked
see you.
that
Thanks for being
question.
here.
Go
ahead.
Indy asked the question. What's the pressing issues, and what do we talk about? And it was almost like there was this emotional blah that came over, and it's like, do we even want to get into it anymore? Did you guys kind of feel that?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I totally felt that. That was
I don't know.
I was waiting to talk about it. I was literally waiting my turn to be like, well, you want to know where my head's
make
at?
that happen,
Okay.
Mike.
I'm ready to retire my tinfoil hat. That's where my head's at, because I have had a conspiracy theory written down on my drywall eraser board right It's right.
Thanks, 15.
And they've all come true. Let me guess.
I don't know how to work this finger. All right, look, it's this that way. Okay. There. All right. I have a whiteboard and I have had this date written on it for 2 years, y'all. 2 years I've been waiting for this date because somebody had
some
said
random thing we heard that we have
somebody had said, y'all want me to tell you what they had said?
someone predicted
Someone predicted
that
Russia was gonna do the N-word to Germany.
Whoa, hold up.
Not
because
the bad racial N-word, the nuke word. That's way worse of a word. Anyway, all right, 2 years. And I'm not saying I
two bad
wanted that.
N-words.
I didn't want that, okay? But I
All
was like, I felt I was like, I'm gonna write this down on the dry erase board for 2 years. That sucker has been up there for so long, I can't get it off the dry erase board now. And not a gosh darn thing happened on that day. I even made sure that I was away from my home, like far enough away. I'm
That's very
so
anti.
mad. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Okay. I didn't want it to happen, y'all, but
Is
I'm
it
a little
stuck there
November
because you wrote it
something?
in permanent marker?
I know I wrote it in dry erase, but if you leave it for 2 years waiting on something to happen that don't happen,
Thanks,
and then you
Bob.
try to take it off, it's like, are you sure you want to take it off? Maybe it's gonna happen. I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't give up on that yet.
I'm still waiting for Y2K.
Right?
Right.
You know,
Hey, Cola.
I got over all the other ones real easy. It was fine, but I never wrote it down. It was just like brain space, no problem. You know, delete, refill. All right, but this was space on my whiteboard for 2 years.
A good old alcohol wipe will help with that.
It's not. It's the principle of the matter, you
Oh,
know.
right.
I'm just. What's cognitive dissonance on the conspiracy theory end, where it's like, you know what? Not all conspiracy theories are real. That sucks.
Right.
And
Yeah,
yet,
but I-
quite a few of them were.
Yeah.
Right.
Thanks, 15.
Well, I just think there's a general
Christy.
level of burnout with anybody that's been dealing with this stuff for any extended period of time
Yeah.
that's going on right now, that everybody's just like so tired of waiting for something to actually be done that
Right. That I'm like, I don't even want to hear it right now. I don't care.
it's
I'm
almost
going to do it.
exhaustive to wait this long,
Thank you,
Yeah,
Sandra.
knowing
well,
that things have
if
been
you
as bad as they are.
if you
I
think
think
about it, it's kind of a mode of fight or flight. It's kind of like, you know, being stuck in fight or flight mode for
Absolutely, Tony.
years or, you know, however long.
And
think in
that
one-
was the goal, to have
longest, most
everyone
expensive
into
apocalypse ever.
well,
But I think that's by design. I think that's
Yes.
why that's to wear us down slowly. It's kind of like gaslighting in a way.
fear
Right.
and anxiety is going to put you, well, stress causes anxiety. And so you're going to stay in a constant frame of stress, and that's going to wear down your immune system. It's going to wear down your health in
That's
every
right.
way. It's going to affect your mind. And that's where we need to step out of that. Get out of that. Whatever's causing the stress or the anxiety, stay away from it.
They
And-
want those who can see to take themselves out, either by stress
Yes.
or, you know.
But look, I also believe that we should watch because, okay, I'm going to use this example, right? I went to my in-laws to do a wrap-in party, and we were watching Candy Cane Lane, which is the new holiday movie this year that's out on, I think, Disney or Netflix. I don't remember, but it's got Eddie Murphy. It's basically like Haunted Mansion except Christmas. And I'm a spoiler alert a little bit, okay? But basically, like, it's a tale as old as time here. You've got a bad elf who what used to be Santa's favorite elf, but she was naughty and got kicked out of the North Pole. Well, who does that sound like? And then I pointed it out. I'm like, well, gee, that's symbolic. And they're like, oh wow, I never picked up on that. And I'm like, what? How did you not pick up on that?
Mm-hmm. Right, Mr. Bill? Hey, Lisa.
So anyway, I'm just saying people don't see because they like you said, Bonnie, everybody's just exhausted, so they're not even. And I feel like the enemy could use that as an advantage, or maybe that was the plan all along, is to get people so worn out to where they just don't even care. I remember a couple years back, I heard about on Lawai, or the China show now, I think it's called. And basically they were talking about how when they, oh, look, there's my nose. That basically they were talking about, how, like, when Chinese folks would come over here, their friends, they'd be like, "You guys still listen to the news?" Because the Chinese news is so state owned and operated that, like, most
Right,
of the
Sharon?
population just disregards it because, like, they know it's not the truth. So
Yeah.
where are we at? Where do we get our information when we have to disregard literally everything in the news? I don't know.
That's
I don't
that's new research. And yes, we need to know. We need to know what's going on, but at the same time, we can't let it consume us.
Right.
It has
Bingo.
to be.
That's right.
Bingo.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the key thing, because here's the thing, guys. You can be consumed by the fear, which is exactly what they want. You can watch the news constantly and be terrified all the time. What will that get you? How will that bring you joy? With that being said, should you do things? Sure. Should you be more mindful of what's going on? Yeah. Should you do your part locally? Absolutely. But at the end of the day, who's in charge? It's not you. And it sure as hell is not that demented potato currently sitting in the office. It's not him either. It's not Putin. It's not Zelensky. It's not that new awesome Argentine president that just got elected by the people. It's the real commander in chief.
Thank you,
I'm not
Mayhem.
sure. I'm not sure if all of y'all are believers. For me, I'm a Christian. So for me, from my point of view, I could stress. I could be anxious. I could, and it's very tempting. But at the end of the day, all I can do is as much as I can do and be thankful for what I have. And for me, I don't have a job. I am barely getting by, but I'm very happy because I'm here with y'all. My wife's over there hanging out. I have everything I need. Do I hate the current state of affairs? Absolutely.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, I'm choosing to embrace that intellectual dark web, which is this, and just to keep going. If you can wake up every day, then it doesn't matter if you're exhausted. You're still here.
That's a gift in itself.
Amen. With a
And what I've
joyful
been
heart.
working on is things that bring me peace. Okay, camping with my family, mastering fire and starting fire, and it just and things that like going to the gun range. Oh, I probably
Yeah.
should have said the G word. Oh,
The simple things, the pew-pews.
Oh, it's okay.
the pews.
Yeah.
Yes. That's it. This weekend, we had a living nativity. I took my 5-year-old granddaughter to see it. We went around and saw the lights. I uploaded videos and put them on my community page. It's finding the joys in life, the little things, and spending time with family. This month is all about family and gift giving, and it
Amazing,
doesn't
Mayhem.
gifts, just giving to others in whatever way. It may be
Much
helping
love,
them
Doug.
with their groceries out to their car, or opening a door for them, or just giving them a smile can do wonders for others.
Yeah, absolutely. Tony, thank you so much for coming up. I'm so glad you're able to now. How are you doing?
Hi. I'm doing fine. Can you hear me
There you
okay?
go. Yep, we can hear you great. Have you been able to come up and do much much live streaming yet?
No, I did a little bit the other night with Conspiracy Music's channel, and it broke up at the start, but then it got better, the signal. So
Okay.
I'm still working the bugs out. So I mean, this tech is all new to me. I'm an old guy, for God's sake.
Yeah, I'm not that old, and I'm still, I still have to learn a lot of different things. Mr. Bill, I'll drop the link again if you want to grab it and come up. You're more than welcome. All right.
I'm really liking this great house that has been created for me back here. You see,
Yeah.
Super fancy.
It's
piano in the
beautiful.
corner and everything.
That piano's incredible.
Isn't that wonderful? I wish. Yeah.
The lighting, oh my gosh, perfect.
Yeah,
I know.
that house looks
It's like
familiar.
I'm somewhere in Hollywood or something.
Is that fireplace actually in the center
Yeah,
of
I
the
saw
room?
this house a couple of weeks ago. Wasn't the Brady Bunch filmed in this house or something? Looks like their fireplace.
It's your house, right?
Oh, thank you, Jen. Sorry,
So
you
what
guys.
are
I'm
we
kind of
talking
sidetracked
about?
by some things going on. Yeah, exactly. What are we talking about? Well, we were kind of talking about, what are the main topics that are on our minds, but we also are talking about how, sometimes we have too much on our mind and we need to, just enjoy the good things in life too.
I would love to hear everyone's thoughts about the newly elected or whatever
That's right.
prime minister of Argentina. The what's his name?
Whoa. Afuera!
Mhm.
Yeah,
Afuera!
yeah. Is it Javier Milei, or is that wrong?
Uh,
I could be wrong.
I
I
think
think
that's right.
Melee is right. I don't know the first name.
Yeah, I forgot.
Thank you, Jen.
Well,
Yep.
that guy
Sorry.
Yeah, I think he just came out of
is.
nowhere.
Yeah, well, that guy was elected by the people in a blowout. Uh, but here's the cool thing:
Right.
this is not just in Latin America. This is all over the world. There was the Dutch Donald Trump was voted in the Netherlands.
Yes.
The
There,
Dutch Donald Trump.
the
Oh, and there's that Canadian Donald Trump too.
Oh, that's right.
Pierre.
right.
Yep,
We're
Pierre.
about to see the bad boys come to
That's
town.
right.
Okay.
Well, and then the Italian prime minister earlier this year or last year, she was voted by a huge landslide. So this nationalist populist belief of taking pride in your country, being proud of who you are, and focusing on the people instead of this globalist agenda, that's what we're seeing happening. And yeah, the main guy in charge of Argentina
Right, William?
legit does not care. He's based. He was like, Department of Education, afuera. Department of Diversity, afuera.
I love that. That dude's so good. It's like scary good. He's like, I'm like, whoa, hold up. Okay.
Didn't he take it
Right,
from
right.
21 ministries down to like 9 first thing?
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Jam, for explaining that all out.
Yeah. It seems like things are changing rapidly. The more the more you look at the news and then you look at what's been prophesized and all that, you can see things line up, I think. You know what I mean? And if you look at prophecy, it's not all bad news. You know what I mean? Sure, there's going to be bad times. There's going to be a lot of turmoil in the world and stuff, but there's always what I like to call the blessed hope. Okay? Because, I know who's in my corner, let's say. Okay? I know whose side I'm on. And light always overcomes the darkness, always. So, I mean, it's, I just look for certain pointers and stuff that I see happen, and I think a lot of the information that you're going to get off of YouTube is shock value, and
Yeah, a lot.
put you in a certain frame of mind or keep you scared, on edge, or whatever, keep you panicked, because that's how this mob works. Yeah, keep you in a box. There you are. And that's how this mob works. And they want you to be afraid and locked up in your house and don't talk to anybody. And God forbid you have an opinion that's different than theirs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, everybody is entitled to an opinion, and nobody, you can't agree with everyone. You know, that's impossible. But you need to find some common ground. We are human beings after all, and we do, whether we like it or not. We need each other,
That's
and we
right.
need to care about each other more. We need to start
Good
forgetting
one,
about
Mayhem.
politicians, I think,
Mm-hmm.
and start thinking about oh, our brothers and sisters that are the ordinary guys here.
Yeah.
If any of y'all do need some
That's my
positive updates each day as far as the news goes, I recommend Dr. Steve Turley. He's really good. He keeps up with what's going on in the
Mm-hmm.
world. And I'll be honest with y'all, I may not always agree with his views, but seeing how far Joe Rogan and Russell Brand have come, again, I don't always agree with their views, but they are two examples of people who have no problem asking the tough questions. They have no problem going out there and saying, wait a second, we were told this for years,
Mm-hmm.
but that's complete BS. Let's talk about it. Right?
Well, I think of
Then you
Jimmy
have,
Dore too. He's
right.
another Jimmy
Mhm.
Dore, I think, is another who, kind of maybe because of his, my analytical mind for comedy, he started seeing through a lot of it. So he's an interesting one to cover.
Or
in the
even
comedy
recently,
in the
even
comedy
recently,
aspect, it's
right.
Jim Brewer.
Yeah,
Oh
that's the
gosh,
other name that just came to my mind
Brewer.
too. He's
love Jim Brewer.
hilarious. Yeah. He's like
Trust
another
the
George
science. Trust
Carlin.
the science.
Right. Yeah. I played that on here one night. Yeah. I probably offended some people with that one, but I played that on my stream a little while back. Yeah, that one cracks me up more than any, but yeah. Because it's so,
It was
I mean,
so
it's so
good.
spot on. Yeah. Oh, I
Or like
can't remember his
recently,
name, but have you guys seen the artist, like a comic artist who it looks kind of like Farside almost, but he's based. Do any of you know who I'm talking about? He does a lot of
Hmm.
memes. I bet you would know. I'll try to I'm sure I've posted some of his memes. I'll find some and figure out his name so I can share it with you guys, but he's great. He has a really great sense of humor and like yeah, there's some pretty funny ones. You guys would like him. All right, what were you gonna say, Ben?
I was going to say, or the recent moment when Elon Musk told the entire world to go F themselves. Straight
Yeah.
up. Go F yourself. Hi, Bob.
Well, the
Straight up
corporate world
calling
did,
out
but yeah.
my blogger.
Oh, is that what did it, Apple Dumpling? I didn't know.
Tucker
So,
did it too.
yeah.
And then someone turned it into a song,
Yeah,
and it was
CT
great.
Mayhem.
Yeah, I saw that at some rock concert or DJ thing or whatever. He's
So
rocking
when
that
you
stuff.
have these powerful, influential people straight up telling the elite, the globalist powers that be, telling them to go F off, that's huge. Because that tells the average American person,
Right, Bob?
hey, I can do that too. I don't have to follow
Mm-hmm.
what they're telling me. I don't have to comply.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have to
Yep.
drink Bud Light.
Well, I heard Elon
Right, Neil?
reinstated this one guy that was a little controversial. Alex Jones, I think his name is.
Oh yeah.
Not
Right.
controversial at all. What are you talking about?
I think he
Never
did that
heard of him.
live
Yeah.
with Joe Rogan.
Mm.
Oh yeah, they did a thing the other day. I was going to listen to it, the Twitter Space or whatever, with
Good to see you,
all
Chuck.
sorts of based people. Vivek was on there.
Mm-hmm.
The congressman
Oh, and is it Andrew Tate? Was that the other one who was on there
Tate
too?
was on there. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I have it saved to watch. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that had to be, hilarious and probably a little informative.
Mhm. Sure.
Good to see you,
Pissed off some
Chess.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
watched,
funny because when we're doing live streams on a regular basis, whenever I'm scrolling and looking through headlines or what's going on, I'll save it or send it or find a way that we can save it and share it, right? But when we're not doing live streams, I scroll, I shake my head, and I put the phone down, and I go do something. And it's so much nicer. So it is hard sometimes to come back to the YouTubes.
Well, keeping up with all of it.
Yeah.
Landon, are you able to pull up what I just put back in the private chat?
Yeah.
It just seems like the right time to play it. And I think actually that you guys might have been who sent this to me.
I love this
I was gonna
guy.
say we know this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. It just
Well,
seems fitting.
I think one of the underrated things about comics and this whole situation is, like I was saying earlier, when you ask what should we talk about, and everybody was just kind of like lulled, and
Mm-hmm.
they're trying to create apathy
Mm-hmm.
where we just become
Drones.
acceptance and just so tired of it that we walk away. But comedians have a way of lightening it, but at the same time keeping you informed of things that are going on.
Right. That's really
Yeah,
good.
but also it's a slippery slope because I 100% agree with that. But I also see how comedians can be used to desensitize subjects. So you take a subject that's really voodoo that nobody likes to talk about, and then Tosh.0 was really good about this, making you laugh about it. Oh, I don't even like laughing about that. Oh, I hate that topic,
Mm.
And then the more you do it, the more you hear it, the more, the less you feel compelled
Well, it
to.
seems like there was an effort at some point because you had like the greats like George Carlin and whatnot, and they were and like Bill Hicks and they were doing like really good comedy that was like truthful.
Good. Right.
Mhm.
And it seems like maybe the powers that be needed to go, like not wage war or anything, but like they needed a new line of comics that would,
Right. Right. Because
because like comedy's kind of died for a while until very recently.
It did, and they tried to use Dave Chappelle for that, and he was like, "I'm out.
Yep.
I'm out for 10 years."
Yeah.
He disappeared. I mean,
Because
he went to
even the
Africa.
truth, though it's sharp, you know what I mean? The truth is sharp, right? It can offend folks. It cuts through bone and marrow and spirit and flesh, but like it's still funny because it's true.
Right.
So like,
Right.
that you can't get away from that.
I used to look, I'm a glutton for punishment. WWE and Tosh.0 used to make me cry. I don't know why. Because, well, I thought WWE was real. All right. First of all, and it hurt me that people wanted to hurt each other that bad. Can't you just stop? Look, you've had enough. Don't get the chair. Stop.
And you man.
And then
came UFC.
right, and then came UFC. And then Tosh.0 made me cry because he would just be so rude in his jokes, and then eventually I became desensitized. And
Well, I think it's a
shouldn't have
good
done
point
that.
though to say that it could be desensitizing too because of comedy. But I mean, we're desensitized in so many ways
Yeah.
through, movies and music and video games and everything else, unfortunately.
Well, honestly, real quick, I think it's
Mhm.
important to clarify the timeline. We are living in a post 2020 timeline.
That's right.
Yeah.
Look at the world before 2020. Look at how quickly people were so willing to just blindly comply without having all the facts. But now people are
Mhm.
waking up and saying, "Wait a second, we accepted that. We as a world just accepted people telling us how to live our lives, and we're not going to do that ever again." And so I think comedy came back in full swing, and now people have no problem saying what they want to say because they are done stepping on eggshells.
Yeah.
But that's
Yeah,
my
we
take.
should be in the golden light of the post-COVID
Thank you,
comedy
Mike.
that's coming out where people, because like usually
Jen,
it's
thank
said
you.
that the funniest people also have, like they go through the whole spectrum. So like you make people really happy. Usually they have sad, they also struggle with sadness and stuff. And that's not a
Mhm.
blanket statement. It's just something I've heard said of comedians.
Funny folks can see.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
And so like there should silver lining to that is that they should have had enough time to work out all their COVID crazy, like, like the skits that they made during the lockdown, those should be coming out here soon. They've had enough time to buff them, polish them, record them. I can't wait.
Yeah. I was just telling this to somebody the other day. I need to start doing this, I think. I'm going to steal it from her. But Uncool Paranoia, who some of you know, and she has an amazing channel. I love her. She has been playing at the beginning of her streams mask commercials for masks from the last few years. And they are like gold. They're just, I mean, they're like, they seem like parodies, but they're not. They're so awful. They're hilarious, but it's really, I mean, it's like disturbingly funny to go to go back and watch.
I bet.
Anyway, it's genius. I'm gonna maybe when I have her on, I'll have her come and share some.
Yes.
It
Yeah.
was like those ones where people stopped you from using the self checkout. I'm like, seriously? I'm not gonna touch anything.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's go ahead and play a song here for a second. This one, I think Landon and Tiff that you guys sent this to me, but I thought this one was pretty funny. And then we have another one that Sean shared that we'll do next.
That's the wind. That's the wind of time. That's the wind of history. That's the wind blowing through your ancestors' bones, begging you to do the right thing. That is the wind that Matt Baker is calling upon from Ocean Beach. The wind that is blowing through the black people, through the white people, through the Chinese people, through the Mexican Americans, to the people that built this building with their bare hands to raise up this nation. They are begging you, and they are blowing through your veins, and they should be putting a tingle up the spine of your back, and they should be begging you to do the right thing. You're about to open a pit of hell. You do not get a vaccine passport put on us. You know, as the population who's in control, you know that the people or the politicians, once you get a power, you will never relinquish it. Do you think that the 4 feet of marble that holds you above high in this chamber will help you from the fate of humanity which you are unleashing? No! It won't! Your children and your children's children will be subjugated! They will be asked, how many vaccines have you had? Have you been a good little Nazi? Hail Fauci! Hail Fauci! Hail Fauci! Hail Fauci! There's no lot of talk about the Nuremberg Code. When I brought you a copy, you were all in violation of Section 1. Yes, you, Dr. Wuhan. You are in violation of the Nuremberg Code, which is international law. And the definition is... Sir, your time has expired.
I just think that's so funny.
That's
I love how
beautiful.
I love how they did that.
That dude does it to a couple. He's great. He does a lot of good ones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thanks for sharing that with me. And then there's another one that MA Patriot shared backstage that we'll pull up. And I haven't seen this one yet, but it's pretty funny.
It sounds awesome already.
Yeah, Mr. Bill, I didn't set my stream up that way. I haven't done that before, but I will try that another time.
No worries.
Yep. Yeah. Catching up with chat here. Okay, great. Thank you, MSM, for sharing your link there. That's great, to Podbean. If any of you haven't checked out Podbean, it's really easy to use, and there are a lot of great podcasts over there.
Audio
quite a few that I've been following.
podcasts are the way, right? I mean, they're the best.
Yeah.
It's much easier to handle.
It's what I need for when I'm doing my work, you know? Like that's
Yeah, I see those guitars back there. They're beautiful.
Oh Lord, no.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool.
Don't let him lie to you. He's really good.
No.
Sometime I'm going to get Landon to play.
You don't have a room like that unless you can play.
Yeah. All right. Well, here's the other video that Sean shared with us. So let's see if I can get it to come up. Oh, I think maybe Brandon and I were doing that at the same time. There we go.
If someone's gonna try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go yourself. Go yourself. Yeah! Save your breath, devil, you can GFY. We woke to all the petty tricks you gonna try. And it's all against each other, you can GFY. Pretend to be all high and mighty, but we know it's a lie. Save your breath, devil, you can GFY. We woke to all the petty tricks you gonna try. And it's all against each other, you can GFY. You can GFY. GFY. Try to silence me because I don't agree. I speak one word out of place, they crucify me. They making money every time a country drops a bomb. Then put on makeup and smile every time the TV's on. They giving guns to both sides and teach them how to shoot. And then throw up some peace signs just to fool me and you. We let the mad scientists define what's right and wrong. And then we demonize the artists when they write a song. And laughing ain't allowed no more, because if you tell a joke that melts a little bit of snow, your debit card gets revoked. The First Amendment came first for a reason, and then the second, cause the first is worth fighting for, so let's protect it. Yeah! Save your breath, devil, you can GFY. We woke to all the petty tricks you gonna try. And it's all against each other, you can GFY. Pretend to be all high and mighty, but we know it's a lie. Save your breath, devil, you can GFY. We woke to all the petty tricks you gonna try. And it's all against each other, you can GFY. You can GFY. GFY. Man, woman, child, no way you can say that. If you post the wrong opinion, oh, they getting payback. They control the internet and now they want your mind. So you better stick to the script, you better fall in line. They got a new set of rules, like 2 + 2 is 5. And all the things mama and daddy taught you was a lie. So post a little black square, or go straight to hell. The sentence 35% if you don't want to go to jail. So we can pay your neighbor's rent and dye his boyfriend's hair. Pay off some student loans and fly some drones through the air. Yeah, it's all for your protection, so you shouldn't care. And don't sweat the election, we got your ballot in the mail. Yeah! Save your breath, devil, you can GFY. We woke to all the petty tricks you gonna try. And it's all against each other, you can GFY. Pretend to be all high and mighty, but we know it's a lie. Save your breath, devil, you can GFY. We woke to all the petty tricks you gonna try. And it's all against each other, you can GFY. You can GFY. GFY.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Nice.
That's a good
Yeah.
one.
That's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Constitution Vet put one up too.
Yeah, that's a Tom McDonald, and I'll have to mute it if I in it anyway. I found out, so I won't play that one. But actually, I know, which I thought that you could play all of his, but I think he now has made it so that they're copyrighted.
Really? I
Not-
never thought he cared before.
Well, as long
Yeah,
as you give
that's what I
credit.
Well,
thought.
it's not him; it's the people that own his music.
Yeah.
Oh, he sold his.
Well, no, he's completely independent. That's the thing. Like, he owns all of his music.
I don't know how it works, but I played his last song, Superman, and I got in trouble for playing it. So
Really?
yeah, maybe it was just that one. Maybe I don't know. I mean, I don't know how that all works exactly, but yeah.
Huh? Yeah, there've been a bunch of reaction
Judba,
videos
good to
to
see
that
you.
one.
It's got to be the
Mhm.
YouTube things in it, because he's always been in the fact that anybody can use my music for anything. Because
Right.
like that,
Yeah.
he's fully independent. He doesn't care as long as people get the message.
Yeah. And
Let's
there's
see
a bunch of
those.
reaction videos to that video in particular.
But to
Yeah,
be
reaction
fair,
videos are a little bit different though.
Well, we can react to it. If
Right,
we
isn't
break
this
it up
counting
in
as well?
30-second sections.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
Ooh.
wow.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, to be fair, like I know we've struggled because Landon, like I love the videos. Landon makes some really cute, like good videos, in my opinion, to the songs and like his intros and stuff. And like even if you pay for the license, they still
Yeah,
like
things
they
changed recently,
right.
where
Oh, really?
the music situation is really screwy.
Like through the ASCAP
sorry,
and the
guys.
BMI licensing.
I am not that intelligent. That's how they're getting me.
Mhm.
But I have to make sure it's super duper free.
Good to see you,
Because even
Catlin.
when
Thanks
we
for
paid
being
for the
here.
license, they would hit us with a copyright strike a few hours later, like after we'd post a video.
And you have to pay for the
Mhm.
license again.
Right.
And
Even though you already paid for it. And so eventually it was like costing us like $3 every
time
time we went live to play the music. And it's like, man, we don't make $3 in an episode,
Yeah,
like
I think there's a general license through BMI and ASCAP that you can purchase that covers you playing whatever songs, but it's fairly expensive to purchase, and you got to purchase it annually, I believe.
Hmm.
But then you can play whatever, but you have to purchase that. That's what radio stations purchase, this licensing agreements through those through those two licensing companies, and then they're able to play whatever they can play.
Yeah.
I would assume the licensing companies give
Well, it's a
kickbacks
good
to the
reason.
artists for playing their music
Yeah.
and putting their music
And
through those
that-
companies.
Another reason to support indie artists, because there are so many great ones out there who are putting out incredible music, and they want their music shared.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
it's fantastic.
Or even like that guy that came out of nowhere, Oliver Anthony.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
I was just
just
gonna mention
thinking
him.
him.
That just spit out a song that everyone from all walks of life can relate to.
Yeah, that's a great song. Yeah, we've played that on here a few times.
He has like a lot of other songs that are really good. One of my favorites is "Sober." I don't know if anybody's listened to that.
Yeah, that's a great one. That's one of the ones I think we've put on here too. But yes, absolutely. Well, speaking of indie artists, I thought we could pull up this one. This is somebody that I just came across recently, and I wish I could remember where, because I'd like to give credit, but I don't. But it's Robbie Heck Music. Let me share this back here real quick. And just a great message in his songs that I've heard, and I really like what I've heard from him so far. Pretty small channel, so please go sub him up once you get that link dropped. Oop. There we go. All right.
Break these chains and binding me. Take this world inside of me. Free me. Break these chains and binding me. Take this world inside of me. Please. And I will follow you forever. And I will break these chains that bind my spirit. He's been calling you forever. You would surrender if you could only hear it. Shackled by this hatred, chains beneath your skin. Don't you wanna be free again? Shackled by this hatred, chains beneath my skin. All I wanna be is to be free again. And I will follow you forever. And I will break these chains that bind my spirit. He's been calling you forever. You would surrender if you could only hear it. Here I am by your side forevermore. Here I am by your side forevermore. These chains and by me take this world inside me. Leave my past behind me. Free me. And I will follow you forever. And I will break these chains and bind my spirit. She's been calling you forever. You would surrender if you could. You lay your edge. I will follow you forever. Yet I will break these chains that bind my spirit. He's been calling you forever. You would surrender if you could only hear it. If you could only hear it. If you could only hear it. If you could only hear it.
That was really good.
Yeah, I like
That
that
was-
one a lot.
Dude,
Yeah, and
dude.
he does not have that many, not a huge count on subscribers. So please go, help show support, and leave a comment if you can too.
I
That
just
helps it
left your
stick.
chat to subscribe.
Wow.
Robbie
Perfect.
Heck.
Wingnet,
Robbie Heck
good to see you.
Music.
Thanks for being here.
Nice.
Yep.
I posted it.
Yeah,
I
thank you,
posted
Anti, for
my
dropping
music room
links.
in your chat, by the way. I have a music room on Telegram if you all want to join it and just post music all day.
Great.
That's all for music. So.
I just
Or
saw
talk about
Steve.
music or
Whoops.
What was that, Bonnie?
I just saw Steve-O make a comment that he put out a YouTube rock garden Christmas card and immediately got a copyright and can't be played in one territory. And that's weird because when I posted the video of the living nativity and they used the Perry Como moderator, I guess is what he was, so I immediately got a copyright after I posted that video, and it said that it could not be played in some other countries. And then whenever they sent it to me, exactly what country, it was Russia. Kind of surprising.
Yeah. Yep, there it is. Thank you, John. Thank you. There's the link to the song that played. Fantastic. Yeah.
That was a great song.
So
Awesome,
good.
Returner.
it really was.
Hey, Karen.
I
Good
really
to
gotta
see you.
say,
Yeah.
that hit like 3 of my favorite kind of musics.
Yeah, it
wow.
was right there for me too. I'm an old school metal guy, so and then
And
to
then
add
the
that
beat.
the screams and
It's
the
good to
beat,
see you,
yeah, it was
Donald.
And
great.
then the message, and then
Yeah, it was good stuff.
And the video. I mean, that video was really like, it looks like Vietnam or something like.
Tiff was
Yeah.
like Tiger.
A great production on all of the videos that I saw of his.
I
Yep.
was like, talk about walking in faith. The
Absolutely.
tiger could jump out at him at any moment.
It is really nice
Yeah.
to see.
Well,
Can I read the scripture from Constitution Vet?
Go for it.
well, yeah, I was just
Philippians-
going to say that. Go ahead, Bonnie.
Okay. Philippians 4:4. Rejoice in the Lord always. Again, I will say rejoice. Let your gentle spirit be known to all people. The Lord is near. Do not be anxious about anything, but in everything by prayer and pleading with thanksgiving, let your requests be made known to God. And the peace of God, which surpasses all comprehension, will guard your hearts and minds in Christ Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Yeah.
So that's what's
Thank
been
you,
keeping me
Constitution
going.
Vet and Bonnie.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Love that.
And
Yeah.
honestly,
And not
it's
being
nice
anxious.
seeing. Yeah, it's nice seeing Christian artists like that express their faith through that type of music. Don't get me wrong,
Mm-hmm.
there is great Christian music out there, but there's also Christian music that's kind of garbage in my opinion. It's just not good. It's
Yeah.
just,
Or like
to me personally, I don't
Harvard's
want to
a
hear music that's like happy la 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 la. No, that's not
Mm-hmm.
real world. I want to hear heavy, deep, hard-hitting music that's like
In your
real.
face.
Exactly. I don't want to hear some la 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 la
Mm-hmm.
la. No, that's not how
It's
the
like
world
put the
actually is.
message right in your face.
Yeah, it's like I
There's
struggle.
a band
That's right.
that's not everyone's cup of tea, which is fair. There's a band called Becoming the Archetype.
Mm-hmm.
They're like heavy, heavy metal, but they are the most devout Christian band, but they are a heavy Christian like death metal band. Just to be clear, okay?
Yeah,
But if you actually read their lyrics, they are arguably more devout and actually walking the right path compared to some Christian bands in the past that acted all high and mighty, but in reality they weren't.
I can name a
Mm-hmm.
Christian band that you probably have never heard of that you might like. It's a completely dead band. Me and my brother from another mother, we used to, when we were in high school, we would work out, we would pump iron to this band. It's called I Am Terrified.
yes. Is it Haste the
Ooh.
Day?
Well, I mean,
Or
you
no,
could
I'm
just
sorry, I'm thinking
whatever.
Haste the
You
Day.
just look up I Am Terrified. It's an old dead band. They're I don't even think they were from Alabama, but they do like, you wouldn't know they were from Alabama.
I used to listen to
And it was the only concert that I've ever been to as a
Right.
with my own agency. My mom used to take me to Hootie and the Blowfish or whatever when I was a
Hootie
little
and the
kid.
Bluefish.
The Bluefish.
Oh, fun.
When I was a kid, though, it made
Right.
me hate concerts, and then I never went to them when I got a little older on my own.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, and that their concert was the only concert I've ever gone to. It was at a little bitty church way in Houma, Louisiana, and they came to visit, poor little us. And dude, we threw down.
Mm-hmm.
It was awesome. A bunch of Christians, like,
I used to listen to 13 Stones. I don't know. They were kind of a underground Christian band, but I loved them because I was really into like alternative and like
Mhm.
Stained and stuff like that, like kind of melancholy songs. That's my weakness.
You'd
Um
probably like Seventh Time Down a lot, and
Yeah.
they are genuinely good Christian people.
well,
Um,
I have to watch myself because melancholy is like, that's a spirit too, like of sadness. You like you,
mhm.
you have to want to see the joy. It's easy to stay in sadness but
Right. Well,
there's not a lot of
not for melancholy music. You'd like their sound and their tone if you like those
yeah.
bands you listed.
Well,
You
we'll
would
definitely
enjoy
look
their
them up.
music.
so what was
And
that
it starts
again?
with seventh time down.
Seventh Time Down.
Love it.
Yeah,
I love
they
it.
came and played at the first Bards Fest we did, and I got to
Stars
learn a
Go
lot. Yeah,
I
Stars
can't-
Go Dim is another one.
Stars Go Dim was another one that you guys would really like too, because they were phenomenal and amazing to work with.
Stars Go Dim.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm
and
excited. These
I got
sound
to learn
great.
a lot about these Christian bands putting that fest on because I did the
Yeah.
booking for all the bands there, and
Oh wow.
it was an eye-opening experience to say the least. Dealing with the agents between their agents and the bands, and Seventh Time Down and Stars Go Dim were the two Christian bands that were willing to come out and play because of the message. Not
Mhm.
and nobody else was willing to put it out there.
The
And
only
be
other
part of
one
it
that came out
because
to
of
say anything was Coffee Anderson.
Coffee Anderson. Yep, he was there, and JT Wild, of course, he was all over it. But
So, can I have Landon share a song? Indy, it's from 1989. I believe it's a Christian song. I've only heard like one of the hooks
You
on
have to
Facebook.
be careful.
I have it. Well, look, I sent it to you.
I'm
Hey, Indy.
I'm gonna not do anything that I haven't played or listened to beforehand. But if you ever want to send me something to play, just send it to me before, because I'm trying to be careful about that. And I do have a bunch of stuff already pulled up. But yeah, I would love to hear it though. Yeah. Okay. Ben, go ahead. I know you can't stick around for much longer.
Oh yeah, I was going to say I'll be heading out in a bit. But it was a joy seeing y'all again. One thing
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. And one thing I definitely do want to say, it's so easy to get disheartened. It's so easy to get depressed and just like as a Christian, it's easy to feel angry, to just see what's going on and just feel like, really? Is this what's happening right now? And the truth is, you have to be okay with the response being yes. This is what's happening right now. This is exactly what's happening because I'm in charge, not you. Exactly. This is this is happening exactly as he wants it to happen. But our pathetic little pea brains can't always comprehend that sometimes. But that's okay. It's okay to feel lost. It's okay to feel disheartened. Just know that he has you here for a reason. And whatever that reason is,
absolutely.
Right, be at peace with that. Wake up every day, be thankful for what you do have, and keep going. Just keep going.
Right.
And at the end of the day, if you are at your last moments, and if you've done all you can do, and if you stand before God, and if He says, "Well done, good and faithful servant," that's it. That's the goal. That's the reward. Nothing else matters. So once you accept that truth, things start getting reprioritized, and things that used to be important don't matter anymore. And so that I think that's what God's been doing in my life recently, being unemployed. He has forced me to take a step back and really focus on what really matters. So
that I can attest to that fully.
Yeah.
Because of just working with the veterans that I work with now.
Oh gosh,
and hanging out with them. And when I started up at the American Legion, we were doing car shows outside. There was an 80-year-old Vietnam veteran that was working the grill, and I was like, dude, it's summertime. Get the hell off of this. I'm doing it. Like, you're not flipping burgers, bro. Get away. And it came into the fact that you need to be a member. You need to do, like, they pushed for everything. And because of all that, I've been able to meet a bunch of them and was able to have the opportunity today to meet the people from Wreaths Across America and learn more about what they do. Because not only are they bringing the 2 million wreaths down to Arlington, they're also in 4,000 other cemeteries on the same day. It's a massive organization of what they do, and it's phenomenal to see. But the conversations that you get to have, some of them are political because they're veterans.
Sure.
But you then get to have the other conversations within those and bring it back into, well, it's a community. And you get to tie in the other things and aspects to it. It's just a matter of having those conversations. So I think this is where a lot of people, where we had talked about getting fed up with politics and talking about politics and all this other crap.
I'm here. Glad you're here. Yeah.
We find the other aspect in this of we don't want to deal with it, but we know what we know.
Right.
So when a conversation happens, we then get to
absolutely not
introduce other things into those conversations little by little to get other people to finally start to figure that out.
And to open up.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
What Ben was
Yeah,
saying.
Ben, thank you so much for being here.
Absolutely.
I really appreciate you coming tonight and spending time and hanging out. And it's good. It's just, one-on-one. We've known each other for a long time, so it's really good to catch up a little bit.
Absolutely. And it was a
Say hi
pleasure
to
meeting
Felicia
you all
for
too.
me.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And we'd love to have, actually, I have a couple stream I'm going to be doing sometime soon. And I will reach out to you and see if you and Felicia are available and able to come. That'd be great.
Sure, yeah. Just shoot me a text with the details and we'll go from there.
Okay, perfect. It's not for a little ways out still. So yeah, wonderful. All
I gotta
right.
say, I
Well,
love you
any
all. Thank you
final?
so much for everything you do.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming
Yep.
up. It's good to
All
see you.
right. Much love to you, Ben. God bless.
Deuces.
You should do the couple
All right, Bonnie,
stream
what were you going to
sometime.
say?
Just to add to Ben's comment about the depression and everything, just remember that there were only one set of footprints in the sand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, good to see you, Pepper Book Club. Thanks for being here. I am glad you're here.
Yeah, I would add that. I mean,
Yeah.
fearless living is good living. I think my fear has been broken for a long time.
Yep.
I just don't get anxious or worried about stuff. I never really have.
It's
Mm-hmm.
good.
But I'm still burned out though. The burnout still happens even if you're not afraid. It's just a
Yes.
general apathy. I think that it's created by looking at it all the time. Like, oh, are they going to do something? Or are they not going to do something? Is something actually going to get done that's justice or not? So
Well, it's hard not to get angry. I mean, when I'm down here in Texas seeing the invasion, it's very hard not to get angry. And
yeah, I'm sure.
so I'm directing that at my representative and anyone else that I can get to in our state legislature, any of the state government. Chip Roy is my representative. So I'm just like, and he can be a bulldog, but I've also seen him the vote when they did the vote. He really disappointed me with the speaker. I was like, he caved, and
Mm-hmm.
so that's where I have to just okay, calm down. There's a reason for this, and that's another way that I do get through each day is, you know, it's not an accident that we've all been brought together in this community. Said that
Mm-hmm.
a few times. And
Yep.
so I really and truly believe that we've all heard that this is a spiritual battle also. So I think that some things are happening that we don't understand. We don't know the reason, but at the same time, be very vigilant because there's a lot of bad people who want to try to do bad things. And absolutely be ready to defend yourself, your family, whatever you need to, when you need to. But um, there's ways of fighting without fighting. If you just keep on your local government, your state government, your all of it, the county, everything.
Mm-hmm.
Constitutionally, I think it takes 35% of each state to form an assembly. And that's how you do it.
But there is an agenda. They are working on us, and
Yeah.
our part is not worrying.
Yes.
We can
Yes.
see, those who can see that something is amuck and that, something is amiss, something's not right here, something might be coming, but not to worry about it. That's the thing,
Mm-hmm.
is to not worry. And it's hard to do that. It's so simple to just let go.
Well, I
But
think a big part of not worrying is getting yourself really prepared for when bad things do happen, because bad things happen regardless of what the time is. I mean, go out throughout history, bad things have happened. So not worrying doesn't mean not being prepared. I think
that's
that's
right.
important to clarify that being prepared for something bad to happen, but not worrying about it at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
It's a different
Yeah.
mindset to prepare yourself and to worry about it. They're two separate things. If you're prepared, the worry becomes a lot less because You're trained, you're experienced, you're making sane, rational, moral decisions. You're spiritually set. You've dealt with everything that you need to deal with your family. If something does happen, you're prepared. And if something goes really bad and you end up losing the ultimate fight, you're prepared for that too.
Well, and
And
that's
then you don't have to
look
worry
at
as much about it.
yes, look at what Hurricane Katrina did. I mean, you saw everything happen in that, and then Maui and Paradise in California. There, but okay, Katrina was a hurricane, no doubt about it, and so I'll just stick to that one. And we saw both sides of it. We saw the good people doing the good stuff, and we saw the bad people doing the bad stuff. And it was handled absolutely horribly by all. And also, I'm sorry, I stand corrected. It's 2/3 of each state. I see D-Dog and
Yog and D.
D. Thank
On
you.
Love it. Yeah, I agree with you.
But
I'm your wingnut.
Natural disasters do happen, and so it's
I like that, Mayhem.
it's pretty common protection and common sense to be prepared for any situation. Oh my goodness. Do you have a bot? Oh, okay.
If I do, somebody will take care of it. Don't even bother talking about it.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, mods.
I was like, wait, what happened to the chat?
Yeah. I like this comment from Mayhem. He said, worrying is like a rocking chair. It gives you something to do, but gets you nowhere. I like
yes.
Very true.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
Yeah.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Chrissy. There is a lot that is happening that is supposed to happen. It's biblical. Yeah, and I've talked with, I think, Chrissy, I've talked with you even about this too, but I sometimes wonder what parts are biblical and what parts are maybe made to look like they're biblical, kind of mimic revelations. But I guess we'll find out.
yes.
Yeah, exactly. Like all the tornadoes in Tennessee, I mean, there's so many ways that things can be manipulated nowadays.
The floods in
It's hard
Kentucky,
to know.
poisoning in Ohio.
Yeah.
Yeah, they hit little Tennessee and Kentucky hard the last couple years, and it's I've lived here my whole life. We don't get hurt. We don't get tornadoes in December. It is so unnatural
Wow.
for us to get a tornado in December here, especially
And
one
that's
that's
true.
that big and devastating. I mean, if it's April, if it's anytime March through June, sure, we'll get them, especially in Western Kentucky, but not like this and not in December. The one that happened a couple years ago was
Love it here.
insane.
Mm-hmm.
And that was like December 4th, I think. It just, the devastation was crazy.
Yeah.
So sorry.
Great conversations in chat too. Thank you everybody for being here.
And that's the other day I walked outside and I was like, oh my goodness, it's such a beautiful day. The sky is so blue and clear. And I was taking pictures of it and I was like, it's just gorgeous. Big Texas sky. That's all you see, not a cloudy sky.
Yeah.
Then the next day, lines and X's all over the place. And I was like, ah. And then all of a sudden we're freezing.
That's a good one, Mayhem. Yeah, we have more days with the skies all hazy and covered than not. But what about you, Mr. Bill? Don't you notice that too?
Yeah. Today it's all cloudy, but not much rain today up down here. But it's always a little bit yucky. It's averaging like 45.
Yeah, and there's like a haze, which I just don't really remember.
Yeah, till 10 o'clock or something like that. But kind of ignore it. Yeah. In the Northwest.
The haze today was caused by me in my neighborhood.
That's right.
Burn your
Yeah,
ears all day.
I've been on the chemtrail thing for about 10, 11 years now, and oh, I was so crazy for so long for saying stuff to my family and friends
Mm-hmm.
about that. And they
Well,
all see it now. They all understand now that it's going on.
Yeah,
Tiff
Donald,
and I
glad
are
to hear this
pointing
is
it out to each
happening.
other all the time.
But don't you ever get like, so like if you focus on a topic for a while, right? And you just learn a lot about it and you're trying to tell people and trying to tell people. And then after enough time passes, I don't know, I get tired of talking about it. And so then when everybody else is catching on to it and like, oh, look at this. Can you believe this? First of all, they're acting like they ain't never heard of it before. Like I didn't spend 2 months of my life trying to explain to them what the heck was going on. They done never heard this before, right?
They're not hearing, so like they're not gonna have the interest we have.
Thank you,
and then once they're there, I'm like, I'm so exhausted of talking about it. I'm like, yeah, don't worry about it.
You gotta wait
It's
for
just
them
a
to mention it.
distraction.
You
Right.
gotta wait for them to mention it and drop the seeds.
And it's an expected reaction. You can see it really, really well with the vaccines. Even, I mean, the continued denial of that is beyond belief. But
Mm-hmm.
even the ones that are accepting it don't want to admit it.
Well,
Yeah,
that's I
Yeah.
had that conversation today. People were talking about it. Somebody's sick again. Somebody's sick again. The question was, well, did they ever have COVID? And I started to giggle. I was like, COVID? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm waiting. And then, they took this shot, but they didn't take any more. They're 20. They just turned 21. And I'm like, okay, you're dumb, but go for it. And then a couple of veterans standing behind me start making the sheep noises. And I'm like, this is what we need.
Right, exactly.
Good to see you,
A
Billy.
little shame. You know, we're gonna make it sure, bring back the bullies. Not mean, right? Just a little bit of social shaming to get you back in line. No, don't take that. You don't know what's in it. Dang it.
The funny thing in the Northwest, in the suburbs anyway, at least I've noticed today, or near like a Walgreens, the cashiers or whatever, if somebody comes in with a mask, they'll either think you're kind of a little bit silly for having it on, or that you might be robbing the place.
Yeah, that's fair.
Area. Like code 20. I always hear somebody say code this, code that right after they see somebody walking with a mask. I'm like, I know what you're thinking.
That was actually the conversation I had with my bank when the whole mask crap was going on. And I walked in to pull money out. And they're like, well, you have to put a mask on. And I was like, but masks are against the rules of banks, because
it's a felony in my state to wear a mask in a bank.
I was like, you can't do that. I can't be a masked person going into a bank. That's clearly been established. Well, yeah, but you have to. I was like, well, no, you have to give me my money. I don't have to do what you say.
My bag was talking with my dad the other day.
That just goes to show you how stupid this country got. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How stupid the world got. You know, you have to put a mask on to go withdraw money or deposit money, or roll it. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
I did it before. I went into, and I just had an argument with a cop the other day about it. When the whole thing was going on, I went into Walmart and I was like, I gotta buy a pellet gun because I gotta take out a woodchuck because it's the only thing I could use in the neighborhood I live in without the cops being called.
Well, even then, sometimes.
I was taking care of the squirrels in my backyard.
That's right.
Well, that too. But I'm like, I can't even take care of the woodchuck or the squirrels or nothing. So I'm like, all right, I got to get something a little smaller.
Or move out a little further, maybe that's the answer.
So
that's what I need to do. Move out a little further.
That's what I need.
Hey, Echo, good to see you.
My bag is,
I get in and they're like, where's your mask? I was like, I don't have one. Manager's like, you got to put one on. I was like, okay. I got a medical condition. So what are you going to do about that? He's like, what's your medical condition? I was like, you going to violate my Fourth Amendment now?
None of your business.
I need oxygen.
Yeah, I was like, because you're trying to violate my second
Mhm.
and my fourth right now. So what are you gonna do about it? And he was like, you just carry on. And I went, thanks.
Yeah.
And then I argued with the cop the other day,
Mhm.
and he was like, you would have been one of those people that I would have loved to put in handcuffs. And then when you're one of those cops that I would
Yeah.
love to get off the street.
Yeah.
You're one of
It's
those
like,
Mhm.
So I have
we
a
can,
question for all of y'all. Here, the one of the three letters that deals with children. If you so okay, my oldest daughter, when she took her daughter in, and the doctor said she needed these shots for the regular ones, and she said that
Okay.
she didn't want her to have them, and she said, then I will call this three-letter child
Yeah.
agency
yeah.
on you. So how do you get past that? How do you work around that system?
Prayer.
Well, we personally filed religious exemptions for all vaccines everywhere for our children.
Mhm.
And
Did
then
you
our
face
state is
any?
recognized. So in my
Yeah.
sheriff,
Were they all approved? Did you face any,
no, they
pushing
were
on that?
approved.
Because here,
We don't
almost
get
none were approved.
no, we don't. Our state's very red. We don't get a lot of pushback from things like that. And my
Mhm.
sheriff would kick three-letter agencies' teeth down their throats because
Right.
he absolutely hates all of them. I've met him several times, and we are absolutely on the same page with all of it. He gave me his personal cell phone number and said, if anybody ever shows up at your door, you call me right away.
You've got a really, really good one.
Yeah, for
We have a
real.
really good sheriff. 90
For
of our
real.
sheriffs are on board with him too. We have 120 counties, and 90 of our counties have signed on together to be a
Hey,
coalition
Virginia.
against them. We actually have voted to disband any ATF regulations, any of the three-letter agency regulations that they want to push federally. Kentucky's thrown out. Like
Amen.
they do not apply here. Do
Mhm.
not bring them here, and none of the regulators are allowed to come here to mess with us.
Where you live? Because
Kentucky.
no. I need to get to Kentucky, dude.
I'm telling you,
Right.
it's
My buddy's looking at moving up there. He's a sheriff's deputy now.
Yeah, where's
And there was
that?
a recent election where he was, and it went sideways. Okay, so it could have gone red or it could have gone blue for the local sheriff, and it went sideways, right? And this guy is a guy who has a certain racial bias, and basically, to be a sheriff's deputy these days, dealing with the complaints that you deal with, some officers get punished and reprimanded, and other officers don't. Okay, and so he's looking at moving to Kentucky, and he's got 3 properties that he needs to sell before he can leave. And he called up to Kentucky. I think it's East Kentucky, closer to Indiana, and he
so
got
that'd
on the
be
phone with
northwest or north
Northwest.
and
Forgive
west.
me,
Yeah.
forgive me. He gets on the actually I think it's Marion, somewhere near there. Anyway, he calls the local sheriff up there, and he gets to talking to him, and lets him know that he's a sheriff's deputy and all that. And he said that this guy was so awesome. He said, "Let me know when you get up here and you've got a job." And I was like, "Man, so this is the second thing I'm hearing about Kentucky." Okay, being a
Well, you'll
2A
get a
guy.
third. Wait till you get the third. When you get the third, then you'll know for sure.
Yeah.
No,
Are
it's
you
a great
bringing
place.
Duncan into this?
Oh yeah, I mean, my buddy lived in Texas, and the guy he did Patriot Transition voice, and now he does Celtic Christian podcast. And he lived in Texas, and he moved up here about 4 months ago, and he's still every day. He's just like, I can't believe it here. He's like, he absolutely loves it.
Mhm. Yeah,
See,
I'm
I
We'll
hoping to
take
get
all
out
the
of this area,
Patriots.
but we'll see how the. Yeah. Yep, I know. I was talking with some people about moving, and it's hard.
yeah, see, I'm out
The
in
cost of living here
California,
is so high.
and
Go ahead, Tony.
it's I'm out here in California, like in northern central California, and it's this place is, pardon the expression, it's just gone to hell. It's gone to shit, and they're
Mhm.
leaving by the hundreds of thousands.
I get that. I'm in Massachusetts.
And I'm seriously
Yeah.
thinking about putting I'm thinking about putting my place up for sale too, and I've been looking at Kentucky, Tennessee, and places, and just California's on
Wow.
its way out, man. It really is.
Yeah. I
Well, I
think the
think
whole West Coast really.
anything you find here is going to be a third of the price of what you get out there. Our cost of living's
Yes.
still so cheap.
I believe it.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
half the
So
price
what-
of
I've
out
been
here.
looking at.
So what happened when California was leaving with all the U-Hauls at the same time, back a couple of years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, maybe, I don't know. So they all moved here and are changing things. I'll just say that. Not really
Yeah, that's
bringing
what I
the
heard too.
whole complete thing, but changing a lot of the way us old timers here were used to doing things. And so
That's
there's been a little bit of an
Yeah,
argument with the Californians.
that's one of the things that I love about one of the
you
places
see,
where
that's
I'm probably going to end up moving to is these guys from Massachusetts, New Jersey, whatever, moved there
Good to
and
see you,
went into
Gigi.
this town meeting and said, "Hey, we're going to put up these rainbow flags, whatever else." Well, the old timer that was running the town hall meeting said, "You could take that flag, shove it up your ass, and bring it back to the state you came from."
Yeah.
Yes.
And I was
Hey,
like,
Mayhem.
"See,
Thank you.
those are the people I like."
That's awesome.
Yes. And I'm not saying all Californians, but a, a lot
Of
of them.
course.
Like, we have a highway with
see,
200 vineyards that wiped out all of our peach orchards, all the vegetable growers. It's all grapes now. The whole 35 miles of it.
Dana, it's
And
good to
it's
see you.
used
Thanks for
for
being
water.
here.
Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
So it's causing a shortage of water. Water's kind of a big necessity.
Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding.
But I did see where they're starting to branch out to other states now, besides Texas.
Yeah, that's impossible here to, survive on one income. It's crazy to think about.
Well,
Hey, T girl, good
that's
to
what
see you,
happened
beautiful.
here. Like, our rent used to be $500 to $800 a month, median rent, and now
That's incredible.
it's $1,500 to $2,000 a month. And so these kids that think that they're going to leave home and get their own place, they're in la la land because there's no way that they can afford it unless they want a whole house full of people that are going to be pitching in. So
Yeah.
Washington,
I saw a comment earlier saying that Texas would complain if the borders were closed because of the cost of everything. Well, the cost of everything has already tripled. Our food prices have gone up. Everything, and you can see what it's doing
That's
to
right,
the infrastructure alone is just being destroyed. And so that's already happened. There would not be any complaints if the border was closed. I can guarantee that.
Yeah, I believe that.
It's not the seasonal workers that used to come up and help with the fields and everything. And like my uncle's peach orchard, it was all family that did that. But there's a lot of people around me who did do farm work, and
thank you, Ducks.
The best Mexican restaurants around are right here. And I'm all for that. But I have really great neighbors too. But a lot of these, it's a whole different mindset now. And even my father, he lives in Florida, bless his heart, but he told me, he said that they just want to come here to look for a job. make a better life. At one time, I believe that was true. I'm not convinced that it's true anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That would also depend on the part of Florida that they're
Yeah,
in.
this is a planned sort of plan.
I mean,
'Cause I get-
here
Well,
there's apartments for in between 735 to, I mean, they go up to $1,200, $1,300. There's one for 1,500, but that's a townhome. And then a house here for rent. Houses are kind of expensive to rent here. You got like a 4-bedroom, 3-bath house. It's a brick, 2-story. It's 1,900 a month.
oh my
3
goodness,
bedroom,
that's like nothing compared to here. That'd probably be about
3-bedroom,
4,000 a
3-bath.
month here.
Yeah, these are about 1,800 square feet. 3-bedroom, 3-bath, 1,900 a
Yeah.
month.
And
That'd
they're
be $4
love.
grand
I'm
a month.
talking about the
No
homes that I
problem
have
here.
looked at in Kentucky have been like true value, like brick house. I mean,
Yeah, these are brick, 2-story brick houses or
Like-
brick ranches.
just
Brick's a
Yeah.
pretty common building material here,
Good team,
especially,
Mrs. High.
what's that?
Oh, I was saying hi to Mrs. High in chat. Keep going.
Oh,
You're
okay.
good.
Yeah, so it's not too bad.
See, for an 1,800 square foot home, you would be paying at least $3,000 a month here.
Oh,
And
goodness gracious. Yeah, that's a lot.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what they're paying the 15 to 2,000 for is just little bitty. You're lucky if it has 2 bedrooms, and they're old
Exactly,
homes.
Wolverines.
They're not.
That's about what we're doing here. We get a single wide trailer that's costing us $1,300 a month. That's
Really?
no heat included. There's nothing included to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So I'm still paying oil and propane and everything else.
And most of these homes are on about a half an acre.
that's right.
Oh
At
goodness.
Because the properties that I've looked at, like when I look in Kentucky, man, I like it's like forever homes. Like if you're looking to like buy, because like not that I'm. It's not that I have that ability. It's that like, Lord, if you have a way, you know what I mean? Like because He's got the way, I don't have the way. And that's we try in our own micro way to do kind of what my papa used to do, with the chickens and the
And
goats. And all that.
that's what it comes down to is everyone working together in the family. That where you used to just, okay, you're 18, you're out on your
Bye.
own,
Good woman.
have at it.
Mhm.
But those kids, there's no way they can afford that. They're working. I see my daughter, well, all my kids working 15-hour days just to make it, just to
Mm-hmm. And
to
don't think
make
that they
it.
don't know it.
Their
My
husband-
16-year-old's
That's
well
crazy
aware
to
of
me,
the
my
fact
child.
that his money that he's working for and making right now is not going to be enough to buy a house. He's already thinking about these things at
Yes.
16 years old, and he's like, these things are so expensive because he's saving for a car right now. And it's just like, he's like, I need like $6,000-$7,000 to buy a car that's not going to cost me a fortune to maintain and have
Yes.
worked on all the time. That's not all beat up. I know, buddy. I know.
Yeah.
So that they're him and his friends are
Absolutely,
very
Vignette.
awake, and they're well aware of the fact that they're getting screwed by our government.
Well, I work
So-
with a couple of kids that are about just turned 18, and they're very well aware of things going on. That they know that it's not worth it. They know the government's screwing us. Their friends all know that the government's screwing us. It's like, because I felt hopeless for the younger generation looking at some of the stuff online, and you get to talking to people, and they're like, "No, this is crap."
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
I'm glad to see that they're figuring it out.
Man.
it's a blessing in
Right.
disguise because of how hard they've pushed people. Kids, they underestimate the ability of kids to figure things out a lot of times, I think.
Good night,
And I
Chi-Chi.
think I think they made a big miss in pushing all the things they're pushing so hard because the kids are rejecting it.
Correct.
Yes.
I
A
agree,
wise man told
JM.
me when I was very young to never underestimate anybody. And I think that that's a mistake that the enemy makes too often is that
Well, I
they
think they underestimate it with the immigrants too. I think you're right on right there because they're bringing a lot of Hispanic people into the country, and the Hispanic people aren't going to go for this crap. They're very conservative in nature. They're very family oriented, and
Yes.
it's just not
Yeah,
going to it's going to backfire.
they are. We just
Yeah.
hired a Brazilian guy in the kitchen, and he's
Man.
Portuguese, Brazilian, whatever. But he's been all over the place. He's like, no, Brazil sucks. Portugal sucks. This country sucks. I've been there, done it all. He's like, no, this country is what it's supposed to be, and it's getting to be the pack where it sucks now. Well, at least you
Yes.
figured this out. Tell your
They're
friends.
seeing it. Yes.
I
That's
think.
sorry.
Oh, no worries, Bonnie. Donald Clement made a few interesting points. One of them about people being moved from blue states to red states to turn them. And I think there's a lot to be said for that. If you look at some of the tech industries or some of the engineering things, I know from being out here in the Northwest, we're known for Microsoft. We're known for a lot has come out of here. Northern California, you've got Silicon Valley, all of that, right? And what I saw happen the last few years is suddenly all of these places were re-headquartering in, let's say, Austin or, elsewhere, and they're totally changing the culture of that place they're migrating to. I have family members who did it, who left this state and went over there, and they're in the type of jobs that I promise you, they're going to change the culture, not for the better. And another thing that I think makes it really complex is kids now, you're right, they can't afford shit. I have 22-year-olds. They are like, man, what am I supposed to do, right? Well, one of the mindsets that I think is going on is that some of these workers that are willing to come in and do agriculture and things like that, a lot of kids are so entitled, they refuse to do those jobs, farming, fishing, agriculture, or whatever. And so
I would love to do those jobs. I'm just saying.
Well, no, me too, for sure. Like labor, people don't want to get their fingers dirty anymore. And it makes a necessity for these workers. And I've worked in a lot of places that had, diverse employees and it wasn't because they were trying to do something wrong, as in
Appreciate you, Lauren.
hiring them. It's because no one else would take the job. So I think it's complex.
Yes, and I understand that too. That part of it. My son-in-law is Hungarian, and he has a business, and so most of his employees are Hungarian, and it works. I mean, they are really hard workers. But I think I know a lot of kids like what you were describing. Mine know that they have to work for anything that they want, period. But so going forward, it looks to me like, okay, and if we want to go that far, the elderly, our parents, like my parents are in their 80s, mid 80s, and so they're getting to where they're going to need care, and to put them in a home is at least $6,000 a month. And so then if that money not there, they can take everything that they own, anything that's in their name, it can be confiscated. So we need to look out for them also. And so I can see where my home is a multi-generational home. There's 3 generations just in my home. And so I see the way each generation is acting and being raised. And that's where I have stepped up and said, okay, this 5-year-old's going to be homeschooled and I'm going to do it. And because I don't want her exposed to that, even if it's not in the school, it's society as a whole. Look what it has done.
That's what I'm doing with my daughter.
I have a question on the. We'll
Yes.
go elderly senior citizen. When you said about putting them in a home,
Yes.
are you putting them in a nursing home, or are you moving them closer to where it's easier for you to take care of them, or moving
No,
them into your home?
If I'm taking care of my mother, and my father's in Florida, I'm in Texas, so I can't really do much there, but his wife is much younger and she's doing a great job. He's okay. But no, the last thing I want to do is put him in a home. I'm just saying that used to be what families would do. They would just, okay, they're getting older and I've got to work and they need 24-hour care, so they would go into a home. Well, now it's like, okay, somebody's going to be at home that 24 hours and take care of them and whoever else. And so,
Well, please don't take this the wrong way. I really hope that you don't. But
okay,
when you say that it used to be this way, I'm younger than you. I know that for a fact on this point.
yes,
The way that it
I'm
used
old.
to be was you didn't put your parents in a home.
Okay, you're talking
You-
about like
You
in the
brought them,
50s.
but so the way that it used to be was you would care for yourself for them.
Yes,
I get it. The economy
yes,
sucks and all that.
Well, the revolutionary, the industrial revolution changed that, where they wanted us to be at work at the ring of a bell, and that's how the world, at least this country and other countries, moved. And so like we couldn't do the normal things anymore, where the prairie life, you know
Right,
what I
because
mean?
I get what you're saying. Used to be, it was.
But
they stayed
correct.
home.
I could, and this is just my personal opinion on the very little experience I have and knowledge I have on this subject, is that those homes are a nightmare, in my opinion. Okay, like
yes, they
I
are.
cannot even imagine. It breaks my heart. I couldn't imagine even thinking about putting my mom. I would give up everything to
No,
But you're right. After World War II, it became like a thing where it's like you send your problems away. You have a teenage pregnancy, send them away. You have a elderly
yes,
parent, send them
yes.
away.
your wife's
Well,
not able to hold it together, put her in an institution,
Yep.
or like.
Well, we just did it with my grandparents.
Yeah.
So there you go. My grandfather just turned 92. He's a Korean War veteran, and we moved them after the last hurricane in Florida closer to where my mother moved. So they're not they don't have to go up the stairs to get into their place, because my grandfather fell down the concrete stairs.
Yes.
So we moved them closer to where my mother is, where my aunt is, where my father is. Like, we moved them closer, so if anything happens, they're within a 10-minute drive. Nobody got put in a home. They have their own space.
And I don't mean that negatively about, I understand that things are the
Yes,
way they are.
no,
People, it is the way it is. And I'm not trying to say I look down on people for putting anybody in a home, but like, even for your family, like my wife's family, like I wish there were some way I could get to the state they live in to help them. They're so
and
awesome.
that is another problem, is the families splitting up into different areas. My father lived in Japan for 15 years. Then he lived in Turkey for 15 years. He was 75 when he finally came back to the States. and retired. And so it's, my brother's in California, I'm in Texas, and my dad's in Florida. And so getting everyone together has been kind of an issue also. My mother is 20 miles from me. So definitely whenever she can't drive, whenever she needs care more, she will be moved into my home, and I will get a ramp made for her somehow, some way. I've had a prescription for one for 4 years, and it hadn't been done yet. But it will. I will care for my mother and
I just
kids.
wanted to ask a question about it, because I knew it's something that we had discussed, and we, as like John and I and a couple others
That's fantastic, Rabbit.
on how to be able to do this. So where we don't have to rely on those things, where we don't have to go into nursing homes. Like, I started construction when I was 13 years old because, well, if I needed toothpaste, it was my job to go make money and buy it. And I had worked in some of these nursing homes, and the things I saw in there and how they were, it broke my heart, because I had family that were in nursing homes, and I was like, nobody can ever live like this. This is trash.
Yes.
So
It's
to be
horrible.
able to, just the lack of care, the lack of. No, they're not all bad.
Well,
But
and like I said, I speak from very little experience. I don't know a whole lot. There's probably really great, situations. But like, my grandpa being sick, both of my grandpas are gone, and I only have one grandma left. So like, and I know very little about but the situations that I was exposed to, they break my heart. So
Hey, but I wanted to say, so I used to work in the medical field, and my job was to get insurance for people who didn't have insurance. And so, but anyway, point of that being that Bonnie was talking about how basically if you don't have the funding, if you go into a nursing home, you can lose everything you have. That's absolutely true. So
so they
like
take your
there's a
assets.
difference between state funding, which is Medicaid. Your state funded insurance is Medicaid. There's an allocated fund for that, which is like that's goes state to state. Okay. Medicaid is the one that is like, okay, if you don't have insurance, if you don't qualify for any other insurance, because Medicare, you can only get if you're 65, disabled, or on dialysis, can be renal failure. All right. And so unless you meet those 3 qualifying criteria, you can't get on Medicare. Medicare is federally funded, not state funded. Medicaid is state funded, but there's only so much money allocated to the state, so they have to recoup some of that. And part of the way that they do that is by doing that, where, okay,
they
Miss
absorb your
Linda,
assets.
yeah, Miss Linda needs to go to a nursing home, and she doesn't, she can't afford it. That's fine. We'll take your house. They don't care that it's a 3-generational house and there's 2 generations still living in it. Miss Linda is in the nursing home. We're taking the house, and everybody in the house has to go. The way that you can get around this now, it's state to state, okay, but in Louisiana it's 5 years. So in this story, Miss Linda, if you could see down the line that, like, okay, you're fine now, but I can tell that down the road this may be, if they're, Alzheimer's, things that are debilitating, where eventually it will get to a point where you're not physically able to care for them at home. In Louisiana, it's a 5-year gap. So if you could see it coming down, if she could change the house from her name to the next of kin's name, right?
Yes.
eh, with 5 years notice, then they cannot come after that property.
I was gonna say, look, I don't mean to interrupt,
But you can't just in a last minute say, oop, I need to go to a nursing home. Let me quick give you this house. It doesn't work like that. They go back literally years. But if you're paying attention, and you know what I mean? Like, so anyway, I was just putting that
they
out
never
there.
had my stubborn ass in one of them houses, is what I'm saying, okay? In the state of Louisiana, possession is 9/10 of the law. So if I'm sitting in it, it's mine. Okay.
Yeah. And that's, I just saw somebody mention the chemo. I don't know if y'all been tracking it, but I've been seeing a lot of news about pharmaceuticals running out of pharmaceuticals, much needed pharmaceuticals for people, diabetics, cancer patients, all of
Good
that.
to see you, Joe.
And so I can see a whole bunch of advantages of having the family together, working together, making your own medicines. It like in the old days. I don't think that we have to regress to caveman times or, even prairie days, but at the same time, we're going to have to do something as it was done back in the old days just to get through this. Look, I mean, moving forward, is that what y'all are seeing? Or are you seeing a whole different picture than I am?
I don't think
No, I agree. And I think multi-generational homes just
is the
in
way.
the last generation or two was kind of phased out of our normal society. But I see us devaluing our parents and elderly. And look, we're all on the conveyor belt. So, it's
Yes.
not wise to do so. But, even things like, so right now for young folks or people who are
Love
trying
that,
to buy
Rabbit.
a home, the insurance or the interest rates are untenable. Right now, we have predatory reverse mortgages going out to elderly, and for some of them, it's a great thing. For some of them, it's straight up predatory, and it'll all be taken out from under them. Like maybe to be an assisted living, they'll just whittle that down little by little. Now, I've seen it work in good ways too, where people have sort of a passive income that pays their bills and enough equity to do that. But we are financially ruining both bookends.
And then you have like the generation, like me and Landon's parents' generation, which I guess is, the 60s and late 50s through the late 60s, I suppose, that like very much understandably had to work hard, right? Like I get that. But like there are some that are just absolutely unwilling or like just flabbergasted at the idea of helping their family. And I don't mean like help, I'm just saying that like it is so hard. Like our niece right now is just starting out. She just got
Good to see you,
married,
Pendar.
like and like the idea of everything that she has to go through to get set up when you can't just get a house, you have to get insurance, and you can't just get a car, you have to get the car plus the insurance for the car plus the fuel for the car plus the maintenance for the car, plus like
And she's pregnant.
and she's pregnant
And she's a vet.
food.
Okay.
And do you want do you want poisoned food, or do you want to try to do some research and find good food? And like it's just so
Nice,
insanely
Pendar.
expensive. Aside from
Mm-hmm.
the inflation rates, right? Like just there's so many more requirements. Back in the day, it's like, ooh, if
You
you
could get a
couldn't,
job with a handshake. I mean,
or
you
if you
meet a
couldn't,
guy, you talk to the manager, it
or
was
if,
like, all right, show up tomorrow. No
right.
application. This corporate stuff is
Well, but like, so like back in the day, it was like if you couldn't make ends meet one month or your car insurance lapsed for one month, it wasn't the end of the world, right? You just pick back up, no harm, no foul. Now, if you're 10 days late on your insurance, they're gonna notify your driver's license and bye bye driver's license. Now you got two fish to fry before you can even get back to a place where you're making money. You know what I mean? Like there is zero forgiveness. I don't know. I just don't see how kids do it without multi-generational houses.
But I think a lot more people are, even in chat, there were people talking about that. And in my area, I know I'm definitely seeing that where there are a lot of more families that are, having multiple families or subletting rooms to friends or, friends' kids or whatever to make it work because they have to. People are going to be doing that more and more, I think, as we move forward. And, that's kind of like the prepper mindset of having a mag too,
Yes.
working together.
100% mutual assistance.
Yeah.
Me and my buddy,
Yeah.
we because we've been doing it so long, okay, since like before the second grade, we just
Oh,
naturally.
sorry. Landon, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Tony, I just saw your comment in chat. Are you able to stay for your song, Tony? We got sidetracked in conversation, and if you're able, I'll pull up that song for you to play right now, so you can get everybody's feedback.
Yeah, I'll be here for a couple of minutes still. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and pull that up. Now, I think you already have it up there, right, Landon? Oh, here we go.
Ooh, this land is covered with battle scars. And the past cries out through the trees. Oh, the wind, it carries the voices of the ones who would be forever free. From ancient walls, a lone sentry stands his watch, looking over the fields down to the sea. He's still waiting for the sound of a victory cheer from the ones who would be forever free. Forever free. That's how we'll be. Forever free. My country and me. They will live forever in memory. They are the ones who will be forever free. Across these fields, a cool mist gently falls. By the winter's moon, you can sometimes see faded shadows of the ones who have fallen there. They are the ones who would be forever free. fought for our liberty, who gave it all so that we may see. They paid the price for you and for me, to be the ones who would be forever free. Forever free, that's how we'll be. Forever free, my country and me. They will live forever in memory. They are the ones who would be forever free. Forever free, yeah, that's how we'll be. Forever free, my country and me. They will live forever in memory. They are the ones who would be forever free. Because of them, we will be forever free.
Oh, beautiful, Tony.
Brother. Yeah, that was great, man. That
Thank you.
the lead track was awesome in that. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Tony, I
Thank
love
you.
all of your music. That one's really touching. And your voice is so, you just convey such emotion when you sing. I love it. Yep. Forever free. That's right.
Is there a make sure I get the link to that,
Thank you
Indy,
so much.
please.
Yeah, I can send it to you.
Yeah,
If it's easier.
definitely send that link
It's
over
in the
because
it's in the chat
like
too.
like John said over in the back chat, our buddy
Mhm.
Brian would definitely like that, and
Yeah, I'll put it in
I
the
won't
private chat too.
won't get into
Yeah, well, I
his
think,
private things. But
Tony, it's just always such a great reminder of like the price that's been paid for our freedom, and then here people are not even recognizing what our rights are that we're still fighting for. Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Well,
for the
here's the
link.
thing. Here's the thing, Andy. When I came here a lot of years ago, I came here from Belfast, Ireland. Okay, and it had a lot of problems going on over there too. But this was, you know, this was the greatest country in the world. You know what I mean? It always was. And when I came here, I was a musician, part time, but I was a bricklayer. You know what I mean? I worked in the building industry and building trade, and I never had a problem getting a job here. Um, I was treated fairly. I was paid a decent wage. I had the opportunity, to work as hard as I wanted to work and achieve what I wanted to achieve. If I had stayed in Ireland, I'd have never afforded um, to buy a house or any of that stuff, and you know, and and pay for a family, and this country has given me so much. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
what I see nowadays is even the people that were born here, they don't know what a gift this nation was to the world, you know. And yeah, we, like every other nation, there's good and bad people, and there's good and bad people running these countries, but um, it's there's nowhere else in the world had the opportunity that offers people, that become immigrants, and because I had to go through an awful lot of red tape to get here. You know what I mean? And it wasn't like you just you just cross the Rio Grande over here. You know what I mean? You've got the Atlantic Ocean between you, and if you want to do it right, the proper way, legally, it takes about 2 years. And
Yeah. At least.
but it's been so good to me, and I started a family here, and then I was able to build my own house finally, and I built my own brick house, and we live up in the mountains of California, and it's a beautiful place, and it's just sad what has happened to this state and the country, and in fact the world, in general, and I think people need to stop and take stock. Like I heard somebody say earlier there, stop and think about the good things about life, and be thankful for what you have, and if you can help somebody, if you can help another human being that's struggling in any way that asks for help, and you know they need help, if you can reach out and give them a little bit of help, do that, because the benefit, not only to your character, but the benefit to your mental state and the state of your soul, is fantastic. So, but once again, I just want to thank you so much for inviting me on. And maybe I don't know how the connection is tonight, if it was
You're
coming
sounding
through
great.
okay, but so but the next time maybe I'll be able to play you a tune or whatever.
I would love that. Yeah, I would love that. And Tony, if you ever want to try to go backstage sometimes, either before or any other, some other time too, to help troubleshoot, I'm more than willing
Right.
to listen to you play while we figure out the sound stuff. So that'd be great.
Yeah, see, that's actually what I need to do. Is I need to have somebody, when I'm backstage, checking out that,
Well, I think we know a few
or whatever.
a few indie musicians who would probably be willing to jump in on that to help make sure that correctly. So let's make sure we make that happen, Tony, because I know I'm not the only one who would love to hear you sing live. But I really appreciate you coming up to talk and hang out and join us this way too. So thank you, and I really appreciate everything that you shared.
Oh yeah,
I
love
so
you,
much love for you,
and all the folks that join you, and everybody that's on the panel right now. Thanks so much for everybody sharing. It's just been an absolute pleasure for me, and I'm still looking at Kentucky. So,
Hey, I like
you
it.
never
Hey,
know.
I'm a drummer, so if you end up here, I'll play drums for you whenever you need it.
Right on.
There you go.
All right, well, I'm going to check out for the night, but God bless you all and have a wonderful evening. And thanks again for having me.
Of course,
Tony,
God bless you, Tony.
Tony, I
Thank you
want
for being here.
to say before you go, thanks for being here, and that comes from a Sullivan and a Donovan. Because it's from your area.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I know my family
All
comes
right.
from, and I know where they moved over and all that.
God bless you guys.
God bless
God
you
bless
too,
you,
Tony.
sir.
Take care. And Tony, also go ahead. You can go ahead and go. I'm sure you can still hear me here, but we're gonna go ahead and play another video of Tony's that he did. And I actually had this one. He had asked me to play the last one, which I'm so glad he did. But this is one that I had picked out for tonight too. and it's another great video that he did. This is The Preacher by Tony Howie.
On an old dirt road bound for nowhere, underneath the midday sun, an old man met a preacher. He knew his days were almost done. The preacher said, "Let's sit a spell. You must be tired from all that walking. And I'm prepared to do some listening, if you care to do some talking." Well, they found some shade neath an old oak tree, and they both sat down and prayed. The preacher held the old man's hand, 'cause he knew that he was afraid. The old hands were worn, his clothes tattered and torn, and the weight on his heart was great. He told of his sins and his battle with gin, and how he feared he had left it too late. Well, the preacher just sighed, and with tears in his eyes, he held the man in his embrace. He said, "It's never too late to walk through that gate that's covered in mercy and grace." The old man closed his eyes and peacefully died. And he awoke in a beautiful place, and surrounded by light appeared a heavenly sight, the gate of mercy and grace. And just then he heard the most beautiful voice, a voice that he somehow knew. "Welcome, my son. Your trials are done. I have been waiting for you."
So
Oh,
beautiful from Tony. Yeah, somebody said Tony knows how to hit you in the feels, and that's so
that's great.
true.
That's awesome.
Yeah, all of his songs do that. And that, that too. We were talking about like where we have to look for the positive, and that was a question that I wanted to ask everybody up here and in chat too. Where do you find your hope? But for me, that poem hits it right there because, I think my hope comes from knowing that God's got this all under control, even though, I'm looking at one little piece and it can look chaotic when you're looking at each piece of the puzzle. But I know he's going to make it into a bigger picture that I just might not be able to see right now. So that's where my hope comes from. And my kids, because they are pretty phenomenal and they bring joy to me every single day.
Yeah.
But what are some things that you guys find in your day-to-day lives, or things that bring you hope in the midst of all this, chaos?
Rain.
Mm-hmm. I feel you.
And we need food.
Good night,
And
Dex.
when I think about the future. It's like
Sorry
there's
to hear that,
definitely
VP.
comfort in my kids, and I truly believe that we should not live in fear. Hey, Cherokee. But nature, honestly, I go out, I grow food every year. I try to do a little better, try to maximize certain months for whatever. And having that ability, like I taught my sons to grow potatoes this year, and they just loved it. And that hope in their eyes of like, oh, this is how you do it. That gasses me up.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's great.
My hope is certainly not in this kingdom. It's in Jesus and the house that he's going to finish. And it's in his kingdom. So my hope isn't necessarily, that's how I see it,
Yeah.
I would say mine's in the younger generation, as surprising as that may sound to some. But I have 2 teenagers, and I coach, like I said, I coach baseball. I have some good kids on the baseball team, and I like I said before, I think they underestimate these kids and how smart they actually are right now. They understand what's going on in the world, and that they're not seeing it through the rose-colored glasses that the media wants to portray it as. Because none of them watch that stuff. None of them have been washed by the media that most of our parents and us grew up watching. So that gives me hope that they see things better, and that as they grow into maturity and start running things, that things will get better at some point, at least for them, if not for us. Eventually, the people that are running things are going to be dead.
Good one, Carl.
Whether by
Here's hoping.
God or by old age,
Yeah. Love that, Pindar.
So
Yeah.
that's what gives me hope.
Love that. Getting through the day. God's got us, right?
That's right.
Yeah, nature for sure is part of it for me too. And I mean, I feel like that's pretty universal. Like I feel like most people, it's like when we get out and get our hands in the dirt, we're out amongst the trees and the water and the rock and everything. It's like that's where we're meant to be.
So much more grounded and connected.
Yeah.
When we disconnect.
Yeah, exactly, JM. Getting the F out of the city gives me hope. Taking care of your parents. I love that, Daniel.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who's next? Who didn't give hope? Somebody else give some hope.
Papa says, no man can close the doors that God has opened for you. That's right.
Yes, it's definitely faith. And, but like you said, the younger generations, even though they think they know everything and are trying to go their own ways, I know where they'll end back up. And teaching this 5-year-old and watching how quick she learns, that it's amazing. And I am having her do the pledge and the prayer.
Oh, I love that.
I think that's one of the things that were taken away, that I think that's where we got our patriotism and our drive for a higher power.
Well, when it comes for giving for hope, John, you saw the video that I posted of the majority of that room singing the national anthem together. That was when, I mean, that was amazing to see. Yeah, the majority of them were veterans. There was 10 Gold Star families. We had police from every state, from Maine to all the way down, since they've been in every town. It was amazing. Firefighters. It was amazing to be able to be there and be a part of seeing that. But when they pulled in, I ended up at a point where I stood outside and I held the door for a guy with a walker coming in. And I just happened to stand there and just hold the door as everybody else went in. And it didn't matter their age group. They all said thank you. Even when it came to the kids that were, I don't know, 18, 19, maybe. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Well, thank you. You're the one with the uniform on. I'm standing here in a t-shirt. But it does prove the fact that the younger generation still does. I mean, I get it because their commander was standing right by them, but there's enough people that I deal with on a daily basis, working at both places that I do, where they understand this country is not where it was, and things need to be changed. I had a kid that was a dishwasher for me for a little bit that would come in every day and complain that there was a kitty litter box in his bathroom because some twat wanted to identify as a cat.
Well, let's keep the
The
name
whole
calling down a
school.
little, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. And yeah, I mean, I think that ties into a lot of mental health issues and issues with, I mean, just ways that society in general has allowed people to be so manipulated. You know, people are so confused about so many things that they're turning to all sorts of things to try to find some comfort or fill a hole of what's missing for them. And, you know, we've, like somebody said earlier in the chat, you know, we've got to be working with the people that we know and working with the kids that we know, supporting parents and, you know, making sure that we're helping so that, because it's going to take generations. It's going to take, you know, us looking long-term and planning long-term, like the people have been working generationally as well. You know, we need to be doing those things. And I think, you know, you can look at some groups that have done that, like the Amish, for example. I think of them. They've maintained, you know, despite everything they've faced, they've maintained so many of their traditions. And now a lot of people are recognizing the wisdom in that, you know, where a lot of us have missed, you know, I didn't grow up, you know, we gardened, but we gardened like flowers. We didn't garden food. We didn't grow our own food. You know, we canned, but it was like, you know, peaches and pears at Christmas or something. And that was it. Like, you know, you know what I mean? We didn't do like, it wasn't it. We've lost a lot of that training. A lot of us have, and some of us haven't, you know, and thankfully I've met a lot of you, especially in the prepper community or the homesteading communities, where, you know, I'm learning from all of you the wisdom that you gained from your families, but those are things that were completely lost to me and in my area. So, you know, I just think we need to be looking at what we can do in our day-to-day lives, and as so many have said, trying to work ourselves away from the system that's enslaved us for so long.
I think M.A. Patriot made a really good point about the younger generation. They're very aware.
Good night,
Yes,
Chrissy.
they are very informed. And I would say probably the generation born under some of the scariest terms is younger kids right now. And I think we should put that hope in them and tell them that we do, because the more we shit on them, the less they're going to want to learn and do and pick up those traditions. And, you know, they're already pretty downtrodden. That, you know, very few friends, quite a few. I see a lot of young kids talking about that. I've got 2,000 people on Instagram and not one person would come and help me if I needed it. You know, there's surveys been done on this.
Right.
So they are very lonely. They feel like their futures are screwed. I mean, the next generation up, like millennials, they're struggling buying homes and starting families. Imagine these younger ones now, and they get the brunt. They've had adults messing with them their whole life. Some of the kids that were in elementary school walking around learning socialization by covering their faces. The kids in high school that missed out on their proms, graduations, whatever, they're pissed, and they should be. And I think we should harness some of that I'm not saying in a bad way, but I think you get my point,
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that actually, I'm going to pull up, go ahead and keep talking, but I'm going to pull up something that's from Twitter. Is one of you able to share that? I mean, it should pull up for you, but this is a girl who is calling out her school superintendent, and she is amazing. I think she's absolutely incredible. But if somebody from
this girl, but
we were talking about, hope in the next generations. And I mean, even for me with my young, my kids are 5 and about to turn 7, and obviously they have a very based mom, but I'm amazed at how their minds work, independent of that. They're piecing things together and identifying propaganda, and I mean, just across the board, I'm blown away by what I see as God at work within them, and really how they're able to discern good versus evil in day-to-day life. And they do give me hope, for sure. But I know it's not just my kids. I've been around a lot of kids with teaching last year, and that, I've shared many stories from my classroom of kids giving me hope. But yeah, like I said before, and what many of us have said, it's God's plan, and got to have trust and faith in it.
Yeah, I saw some good comments, farmers markets.
Always good. All right, go ahead, Landon.
Madam Speaker, I have a few questions for my colleagues. What if our foreign policy of the past century is deeply flawed and has not served our national security interests? What if we wake up one day and realize that the terrorist threat is a predictable consequence of our meddling in the affairs of others and has nothing to do with us being free and prosperous? What if propping up repressive regimes in the Middle East endangers both the United States and Israel? What if occupying countries like Iraq and Afghanistan and bombing Pakistan is directly related to the hatred directed toward us? What if someday it dawns on us that losing over 5,000 American military personnel in the Middle East since 9/11 is not a fair trade-off for the loss of nearly 3,000 American citizens, no matter how many Iraqi, Pakistani, and Afghan people are killed or displaced? What if we finally decide that torture, even if called enhanced interrogation technique, is self-destructive and produces no useful information, and that contracting it out to a third world nation is just as evil? What if it is finally realized that war and military spending is always destructive to the economy? What if all wartime spending is paid for through the deceitful and evil process of inflating and borrowing? What if we finally see that wartime conditions always undermine personal liberty? What if conservatives who preach small government wake up and realize that our interventionist foreign policy provides the greatest incentive to expand the government? What if conservatives understood once again that their only logical position is to reject military intervention and managing an empire throughout the world? What if the American people woke up and understood that the official reasons for going to war are almost always based on lies and promoted by war propaganda in order to serve special interests? What if we as a nation came to realize that the quest for empire eventually destroys all great nations? What if Obama has no intention of leaving Iraq? What if a military draft is being planned for the wars that will spread if our foreign policy is not changed? What if the American people learn the truth, that our foreign policy has nothing to do with national security, that it never changes from one administration to the next? What if war and preparation for war is a racket serving the special interests? What if President Obama is completely wrong about Afghanistan and turns out worse than Iraq and Vietnam put together? What if Christianity actually teaches peace and not preventive wars of aggression? What if diplomacy is found to be superior to bombs and bribes in protecting America? What happens if my concerns are completely unfounded? Nothing. But what happens if my concerns are justified and ignored? Nothing good. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
Landon, there's
Wow.
here's number 3 for you. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, and he's a really good senator. The apple, that is. Rand Paul is great. I don't,
Yeah.
none of them are perfect, but man, as far as senators go right now, we have a really good one.
So this next one is the video of the girl addressing her superintendent, and I just think she does an excellent job, especially as such a young lady, to really speak out and confront with facts what she's seeing going on in her district.
It's time for a reality check here. I wonder if people realize what Mr. Roberts, this district superintendent's salary is. I looked it up and saw it's over $392,000 per year. That's almost as much as the U.S. president. And what are parents getting for that price? It's certainly not a top-notch education for their kids. Proficiency scores in this district have been abysmal for years. The math proficiency at Chippewa Valley High School and Wyandotte Middle School is only 29%. It's only 22% in Algonquin Middle School. Clinton Valley's score is shocking, 20%. The reading proficiency at Erie and Miami Elementary is at 35%, and Ottawa Elementary is only 20%. These scores are definitely not worthy of an almost $400,000 yearly price tag. Next, there's the huge bullying problem. You finally put forth a plan, but it won't effectively deal with the problems when there's no punitive measures or accountability for bad behavior. Schools are not counseling centers. They're places for education. Perhaps your inability to deal with bullying reflects why math and reading scores are so low. Then there's the issues of missing money. Projects that were never done despite money being allotted to them, and the money trails traced to questionable places. That salary definitely isn't reflective of your knowledge of COVID mandates. We can't forget when this board was discussing masking kids back in January 2022. And Mr. Roberts said, quote, "The information I received is that masks don't completely not work. Apparently, ability to research is not included in the prerequisite of that high salary. I did my own research on this when I was only 12 years old, and to clarify it for you, Mr. Roberts, there are 0 peer-reviewed studies proving masks are effective against COVID. There's a bright side to all this, though. Parents are getting a bang for their buck in the entertainment department. Mr. Roberts loves to feature himself in videos, most recently starring in a video showing off a new library that's no doubt well-stocked with some of the best sexually graphic books on the market. Mr. Roberts, it seems it's more important to you that you feel famous and powerful than to manage this district effectively. There's great news for you, though. 4 of my speeches in front of this board have gone viral. You're famous now, although a lot of people are mistaking you for Bernie Sanders or Jeffrey Epstein. Don't worry, though. We're going to keep you in the spotlight. Thank you.
Mic drop.
I don't know. Right? Gives me some hope.
Handed
Hey,
it to her.
XNYT, good to see you. Yep, absolutely. Yeah,
They were
she's redhead too. We'll see her in the future. Yeah, right. I didn't see if the board was laughing. I think it was people in the audience, in the audience
She
that
had
was
that
laughing.
superintendent in his place.
Well, there was
Yeah.
one point when she was like, "It seems that what was it? Research wasn't required or wasn't part of that price tag." And it looked like even the board chuckled at that one.
Yeah. But, somebody pointed out it didn't even seem like the board is listening. And I thought, of course, because she's not the one with the money that's going to be putting it in their pockets. It's education. There's a lot of money that gets cleaned in education. It goes, unaccounted for.
Yeah, they don't listen to anybody that's up there speaking ever. They
Mhm.
feign interest all the time in whatever they're saying.
If they even bother to do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a little relief fund after the disease was released to mankind that I know schools got if they met certain specifications, and those millions of dollars were given to them on the grounds that if they backed out, they'd be in a lot of trouble.
Right. That's why they had to continue masking, even though there was no evidence to support it, because if they didn't, they would lose funding. And it's all about the money.
Yeah. And not only would they lose funding, in some places, I know there was, I think it was in Louisiana, maybe you might know this, whoever's down
Right,
in
Pendar.
that area, but I think they actually were threatened with jail time if they stopped implementing the policies that granted them that money.
The same was happening with the hospital, the medical system, the whole.
Oh, every system. That's what
Yeah.
they do.
Yes.
They have committees for committees for committees to find out if they need more committees, and it's ridiculous. It's just money just disappears, but that money goes somewhere, and it goes to private contracts of friends, and I could go on I could go on forever about that just in education alone, just because that's what I'm most familiar with and where I can see it most clearly. But I think, that is the plan on a grander scale. She was calling out the superintendent for his bloated salary, and that's just how it works with all federal and state and government run organizations.
Oh yeah, and like you said, there's a lot of contractors involved, and the building contractors were involved in this area because all of our schools are getting additions and new upgrades and new buildings.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Part of that comes from them trying to spend the money that they got from the COVID relief,
right,
and using it towards things that they were supposed to use it for then, but didn't.
Mm-hmm.
And so isn't Congress tracking that money now and trying to get those people to pay it back?
They're
No,
not
so
even
the
tracking
only-
the money being sent to Ukraine.
I was just going to say the only money they're tracking is the money that's coming back into their pockets. It's the only money they care about.
I think so, Pendar. I'm not sure.
Whatever
Yeah.
gets washed overseas and comes back is their only concern.
It's a part of
They
that
don't-
budget that
Yeah.
never happened. They'll just cover
Right.
it up and bury us and dump us in news stories. Oh, look, a new conflict over here. Look at this.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Are you all aware that Hunter Biden is now facing felony charges? Two
It's
separate.
about damn time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not
Mhm. Right. I know. I know.
It's
A little
not
late,
for what you
but
think. It's like the consolation prize.
yeah. Right.
I got booted off of YouTube. I got booted off of Twitter at one point for sending Joe Biden the picture of crack on Obama's daughter's credit card while he was with Hunter.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and that's
Like-
all out there. You can find all that information, especially on some other platforms besides this. But yeah, it's been out there. I mean, I think most of us have seen this information since before the 2020 selections. You know, So that's where I think, it can get, like we were saying earlier, you can get so bogged down because it's like, oh, this is coming out now. And it's like, this was out, this was out then, you know? But I mean, I know people who've been awake, so to speak, a lot longer than I have. And I don't know how you all have stayed as sane as, sane as you are. I mean, it might explain a few of you, but, but, yeah, I
I
mean,
think
it's,
when
it's
you're already a little
a crazy
crazy, the
process.
chaos, you just thrive on it a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I think we have a lot of laughter at it too, because you kind of have to, have to see the clown world that we're in.
That's the dark military.
Well, we had said it earlier in laughing about jokes and talking about comedians that was an outlet. It's still an outlet, except most
Mhm.
comedians get trashed on for joking about certain stuff. But laughter
Interesting
is
theory
the
there,
best
Carl.
medicine.
Yeah, I try to
Yeah,
catch South Park
absolutely.
before I go to
Very
sleep every
true.
night.
Yeah, Carl said, some said Obamanation caused Hunter's downfall to get rid of the Bidens to pave the way for a new puppet. And I don't know, maybe. I definitely think there are plans in play across the board.
Yeah, I've seen that going around.
Speaking of the
Yeah.
bombers,
Some may say that Obama is still running it.
Yeah,
that's right.
he
Yeah,
always
many
said, he said it
do.
himself. He said, that if he could have it the way he wanted it, he'd have some other guy up there and he'd be in his boxers in a basement giving orders through a microphone.
Well, yeah, because nobody could screw it up like Joe Biden could.
Yeah.
Didn't he go to one of the summits?
Can anybody hear me?
That's me.
What was that, Bunny?
Yes.
Hold on a second, Tiff. What did you say, Bunny?
Didn't he go to one of the summits, Obama?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
He's gone over to foreign countries to speak for supposedly us.
Mm-hmm. Good to see you, JS. Thanks for being here. Yeah.
He's still done that.
Yeah, that's
currently.
true too, Pendar. Yeah, Tucker and Alex Jones said that they spoke very confidently about him being on different drugs, which I don't think is shocking or surprising to anybody. I mean, you can tell when they're wearing down halfway through a speech or whatever that is that he does,
Oh, absolutely. Funny thing is that because of social media, even
Right,
other
exactly,
countries
Carl.
are well aware of what is going on right now too. The
Mhm.
people in other countries are more awake than we are for the most part.
Yeah.
So they go over there and they give their speeches, and I don't know. I didn't even know who's over there speaking, but it's falling on deaf ears as far as the people go.
That was one of the things that Tony touched on before he left, was when he came here, this was the beacon. This was the country to be at.
Right.
And that he was dealing with the same things in Ireland, and he was watching it happening in other countries.
Glad you're here, Bittersweet.
Everybody sees it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, no, actually, not everybody does. I think there are still quite a few that don't. But I do think the vast majority of people, are seeing that things aren't the way they should be. Yeah, Pendar says it's still the country to be at.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. I mean, what other country is better? When
Possibly
you
Russia,
really look
actually.
into
Well, I don't know. I heard Argentina just got a new guy.
Yeah,
we'll see
but
what he
like
says.
John just said, I'd move to Russia before I move anywhere else.
So would I, yeah. That's what country builds more churches than any country in the last 10 years, right? It's
They
Russia.
are very
Russia.
family oriented and Christian. Yes.
Yeah, I don't think that would be my top choice of place to go.
No.
But
I mean, you got. I mean, I don't believe anything our media says, and everything we get about Russia is from either our dirty politicians or our media. Anybody
well, I mean,
I've
I think
talked to
that's
that's
true across
actually
the
lived
board.
there. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But anybody that I talk to that's actually lived there or does live there doesn't agree.
Would Russia give me right to AK-47?
I don't know.
Russia would build you AK-47.
Kentucky give me right to AK-47.
Kentucky, they used one of our gun shows for a propaganda piece on ABC News. They said it was a
They
war.
did.
They said it was war footage between Turkey and Syria.
They did. I
And it was
remember
just
Yes.
a
that.
gun. That was just a
What?
Saturday morning.
Yep.
Yeah,
I
that was
hadn't heard
just a
about that.
Saturday evening with a 6-pack.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, has anybody watched that movie that the Obamas produced and directed?
Have you heard of that?
What's the title of it? I just heard about this like yesterday.
Leave the
Oh,
world
the
behind.
I hate white people propaganda thing again?
No.
I don't know. It was more. I don't know. I've only read the plot. I'm trying to get Landon to watch it with me. It's called Leave the World Behind. It's got Julia Roberts, Ethan Hawke. Oh gosh.
Yeah, some big name
Yeah.
are in
I saw
Kevin Bacon.
I saw a clip of that earlier, and it happened to be. It was because I don't know what I can say on YouTube, but
It looks like a
two
sneak peek of 2024. Just
will
giving you a
go of
preview.
two BLM supporters laying in bed, going, "We need to stand by each other, and we need to do this, and never trust a white person."
Well, I mean, I think we know though. Like, I mean, I hope people don't think that that's how all liberals think, because that's the propaganda that's being put out. Because it works both ways. I mean,
But it
they're
does
trying
put
to
it in the mind
divide.
of the other
To,
side, and then they think that, oh, that's how they are, and
that's what
it's
I
all
mean.
divisive. It's all divisive.
That's
It's
exactly
all
what I'm saying. But it goes both ways, I've heard a lot of hate spoken from people who are conservative about people who are liberal, that are acting as if they're no longer human and they don't matter anymore. Not so much in this community, thankfully, but it's out there. And, I think we just need to be careful that we're not letting them push us one direction or the other, because that's
to the extreme.
I definitely,
Yeah.
because of the topic of the film and the events that happened. I want to watch it because it looks like it's got boogerfuls of boogerfuls of predictive programming.
And that's what I was going to say. It's worth watching to pick out certain things.
Forgive her.
I mean, you can always find something.
Okay.
Coming soon to an election near you.
She means oodles.
Oodles.
Yeah, no, I don't think so, Pendar. I don't think we hate ourselves. I hope not. I think that we see that there are things I think we see that our country's going in a direction we don't want it to go in. And I think, that can make you think about other places you might want to go. But
Now
I'm not
having
going anywhere.
chickens
I'm staying
and
here,
goats and
Yeah.
guns and growing your own
Stand your
food is
ground.
punk rock, man. Like,
Oh yeah,
Mm-hmm.
absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
This isn't a we hate the country thing. This is a we love what this country stands for. We love the people that are here. We love our original principles.
Yes.
And we're not going anywhere. We're going to
Mhm.
be the ones that stand up to defend that, along with everybody else that is taking an oath to defend this.
So our forefathers were not in
Right,
vain.
Pendar.
And the name of the movie was Leave the World Behind.
Yep, Leave the
Is
World
that right?
Behind. I'm not saying it's going to be good, guys. Okay, I'm just saying there could be some predictive stuff in there.
Oodles.
Boogerfuls.
Oodles.
I do think that
Doubling
some
down.
disclosures are put out in Hollywood movies. If you go back to sci-fi in the 60s, you go back to some of the horror shows on TV,
Exactly,
with
MSM.
It's
like
part of the
Outer Limits
ritual.
and stuff.
It's
They were
part of the
telling us
ritual
something.
to tell you what they're going to do before they do it.
It's actually they
That's
have
exactly.
to.
Well, that's what you just
Yeah.
said.
Yeah.
It's part of the ritual. It's lesser
Mhm.
magic. Yep, absolutely.
It's a part of lesser magic.
Love that, Chess.
Yeah.
Chessboard said, I learned in 1968, when laughter removes a tear from an eye, your day was a success. I love that. Keeping things
Yeah, your
positive.
tears are precious.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Tears are very precious.
But yeah, I want to watch it.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I'm not saying
That's
watch
where
it
I'm
for
at. I
any
don't know if I can watch those people on the screen.
Love it, Papa.
I'm not a movie watcher TV wise. I don't know if I could do it.
I
I,
love movies.
I don't think I could do anything Netflix or Disney or any of that anymore.
I know. I wish I was that good. I'm just not.
I'm not either. I enjoy my movies. I enjoy a lot of things that Dee said I'm not supposed to. No sports, no movies, no
Look, guys,
any of
I gave
that.
up
I
Christmas.
cannot watch dudes play with balls.
I gave it up for a few years, but I'm a little league baseball coach, so.
Oh yeah, yeah. And I grew up. I grew up as an assistant coach with my dad.
And
I
I
don't
mean,
hate it by any means, but like I just
the
can't.
professional side of it's the organizations like MLB and NFL they suck so bad,
They do.
and even the players are at odds with what the organizations do, and it sucks. It sucks for a lot of the players too.
Yeah,
The
I agree,
only
Jan.
And
reason
that's all I mean.
You're just taking the
the,
joy
the,
out of everything.
Now,
the only reason that I think about sports now and talk about sports now is when I call John and talk about his kid's team. That's it.
Right.
Probably
Youth
way more
baseball is
That's what
what I'm talking about.
I do agree it's hard to watch some movies now. You know, once you've been deep enough in the rabbit hole, I have a tough time with Disney, and trust me, I love them. I've got all kinds of Disney movies. I've been to Disneyland, like took my kids, you know. But after a certain point, when you start getting in that hole and learning the character of some of these people, I don't know how many we could say. Some people say it's 100% of them, and some people, you know, give it a different fraction. But it is hard. It's hard, man. Right after I was in the hole, I wouldn't let my kids watch Toy Story because of Hanks and like all kinds of. It messed with my head just to hear their voices. Like,
Well,
We
I know.
definitely like we don't just like the kids are not allowed to just go hog wild. We
right.
have like an old school TV with VHS tapes, and like that's their entertainment center. But but yeah, I still because I mean like family movies and stuff like that. I don't have the space to download all of that or I don't know. I've still got it. I just want to.
Here's why I think I have the biggest problem with it is I know a lot of people. I know people that were in film. I know people that were in high places in the music industry, and these people walked away from it, and they walked away from fortunes by doing so. It wasn't a little bit of things they were walking away from.
Mhm.
They walked away from career spotlight kind of careers, and they did so
Correct.
because of the moral character. They didn't do, there was no other reason than they saw the industry and they went, absolutely no freaking way.
Correct.
So for everybody else to still be in it makes me question their moral character right off the bat.
And
So
and
I
that's
mean,
what
everybody has their thing,
and
right? So like,
that's
you know,
true. So I can bring up the fact that on the lower aspect of that, my mother's a preschool teacher. She had to throw out books because they wouldn't allow them in school.
Mm-hmm.
And she's in Florida. There's no Dr. Seuss books. There's no like Bernstein Bears. There's no like the things that some people grew up with. You
These
can't
days, I
have them
heard they call
anymore.
it Bernstein. Right.
Right.
Which
Right.
one was it?
That's a whole nother rabbit hole to go down.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted.
No, she had to get rid of all of those books because she couldn't have them in her classroom
Yep.
as a preschool teacher.
Me too, Dee.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Well, every preschool has a TV, I think, though.
Oh, you should have seen my
Well, now
daughter's
they
school
have
before we
each
pulled
have
them
their own
out.
screen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man, they've got a 24-inch hanging outside of each classroom with Walt Disney
Love it.
Clubhouse going. You know, like I mean, like they don't. There is no discipline. There is no order. They just distract the children with bright colors
agree,
and
Moon.
flashing lights, and then they tell them, "Okay, now go in here. And we're gonna do this." You know.
And that's why
Mhm.
every kid that comes out to a restaurant gets glued to an iPad
Yep.
instead of actually sitting there to eat their food like they should.
Yep. Yeah.
And I can't say I'm not guilty of that myself.
Oh, we're as parents, we do the best we can. We try to pay attention
We
to what
do.
our kids are watching and how much they're exposed,
Mhm.
the screen time, as it were. It's, I dare say, impossible in this day and age that they would
Yeah.
not be exposed to
Right.
screens or, some threat on the interwebs. But that's
Well,
our job, right? That's our
even
job.
myself.
Yeah.
Like we go out on a date night. I'm looking at my phone, and I should be paying attention to my wife. And I even catch myself. I'm like, damn it, put my phone down. What am I doing?
Right.
Like, I'm here with my
Mhm.
wife. We don't have our kids. Why am I looking at my phone?
I
Yep.
see a lot of couples leave their phones in the car when they're fixing to go into the restaurant. They just put them in the seat and leave them laying in the car.
I should do that. I should just leave it in the car because I can't.
I like the
Because if
idea.
some-
I like the
but if
idea of
some-
when you
sorry.
go out to eat and when you're, whether you're with your wife, your husband, whatever it is, or you're going out with a group of people, your phone get lay face down. First one that picks up their phone pays the bill. That's it.
Ooh, I
That'll
love
teach,
that.
that'll teach you real quick.
I love it.
That is
You gotta
good.
pick up a bill for
Mhm.
5 people, 6 people. Okay, yeah. Well, you're the one paying for it. You lost the bet.
You lost the game.
My father did that one time. We were at a big family meal in a restaurant, and I can't even remember what it was, but whatever it was, my fifth child, she's the one who blew it. And he said, okay, you get to pay the bill. And she was like 6 or 7. And she's just looking at all of us like she was just fixing to bust into tears because she didn't know.
Oh, man.
Baby.
That's sweet though.
I know it wasn't a cell phone because she was way too young. And I waited until, I know it was sometime in high school, maybe 16, before anyone got a cell phone. And only then, because of trips, like they were all in band. And so I would kind of have to know when they were going to need to be picked up at the band hall because I didn't want to sit up there at 1 o'clock in the morning just waiting.
Right.
Mhm.
And
Well,
but
if you guys
then
are okay with it, go ahead.
somebody
I'm sorry, Bonnie. I thought you were done. Keep
was
going. Finish what you were saying. I'm sorry.
no. I was just gonna say, but then they could have used somebody else's, I guess. But
Mhm.
wait,
And I love that thought.
Pay for all of you.
That's
Sorry,
great.
but mine's still stuck on the dinner.
Pass them on to all of us, Pendar. Love it.
So what happened that we became a one topic society? Like you can agree
Love
with
it,
everybody.
Moose.
You can agree with people on like 9 topics, but if one topic you disagree, then all of a sudden it's, you know what I mean? Like it's
Mhm.
we used
Well,
to
I
be more
think that's
forgiving.
part of the divide and conquer, and that's part of what
Right,
happened during
exactly.
lockdowns because everybody, you got isolated from everyone, and then that was when for so many a huge waking up was happening in all different ways, shapes, and forms, and then people were communicating more through texting and not the spoken word, and definitely a lot less face-to-face communication, and so I think that was all orchestrated and by design and worked.
yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And
Well,
also, I think
Love it,
that
Pendar.
people got so set in their ways that
Mhm.
that even when all that was going on, it was nobody's going to change my mind no matter what, and kind of got stuck there.
Mhm.
I've
Mhm.
seen with some people that I've even had conversations with on panel. It's just they're not going to change their views no matter what. Where I
Yeah.
like to listen to every aspect of it and then come to my own conclusions. That the problem has a solution, and that's what it's going to take. Look at the elders in the tribes, that they would sit and talk about everything or whatever the issue was. They would sit and talk it out. Of course, they didn't all agree. They weren't all on the same page as soon as they walked in there, and they could be sitting there for days making these decisions about their tribe.
Love it, Carl.
But I
Two
mean,
of my favorite troublemakers.
And you guys are absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And I think you're right. The lockdown did help accentuate that. Cause I mean, like, I myself, I've done it before with like, okay. And no, this is no offense to anybody out there. If you go to one, honestly, there can be really good messages, which is what the Lord is teaching me right now. Okay. But for a long time, I was I wouldn't say against, but I don't like mega churches because I feel like, feel good messages are good. Feel good messages are good, but that's not where the growth is. The growth
Thanks for
comes
noticing, Jam.
And so like, and this is myself. Like I would.
She got that from me.
Yeah, I did. I've got scarring judgments. Okay, because now Landon's all sweet and accepting of everybody, and I'm like, hey, what do you mean you go here? And I'm seeing, but like, and it wasn't
Absolutely,
like, oh,
Papa.
we can't be friends, but it would just be something like, oh, you go to a mega church, okay, well, I can see, and I heard myself and MSM. I don't mean this negatively at all, but when you said that, like, if somebody has Netflix. If somebody has Netflix, it makes you question their morality. And I'm like, and it just made me pause and think, well, I just told you I have Netflix. You're questioning my morality over Netflix?
Oh no, I meant the people.
And
I meant the actors and actresses.
No, I know. And you're
not the
right.
people that watch it. The actors and actresses that participate in the system there, not the people that watch it. No,
Well,
that's not who I meant.
Even to an extent that, because like I know that it's not a good place, but it's like it's one of the few things left that I have for escapism, and I'm
we
just
have
like,
Netflix.
Right.
And she don't even watch it, so I don't know what this is all
Yeah,
about.
we're stuck on YouTube.
Yeah,
Man,
my
but
wife
I love
watches it.
movies. But I'm realizing that I'm like, oh, okay, well, I need to chill. We got to chill out. I'm not going to be the first one to do it. It's just something I've noticed.
Yeah.
Right. No, my judgment was to the industry, not
Yeah,
the,
no, I get you. And I'm
not the
sorry, I
viewers.
wasn't trying to call you out like that. I did misunderstand, but I
No, I
wasn't,
don't
I
mind at
didn't
all.
mean it as a negative. I was just like, wow.
You're the ability to offend me went out the window when I was a kid.
That is a
I don't care
blessing,
what
sir.
anybody says about me ever.
Mm-hmm.
And Sean can back that up. I just don't care.
No, that's a blessing. That is a blessing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always all good.
John and Sean, I know I saw in the private chat you guys are saying you got to take off here. I want to give you a chance to say about anything, tell us about anything you have coming up or anything on your platform, John, that you want to talk about before you go.
Oh no, thanks. I appreciate the time coming on to chat with everybody here. It's always an honor to come on and meet new people and talk with people. It's a great experience, and I think different voices and hearing different opinions is always a great thing. So I appreciate the opportunity 100%.
Yeah, well, thanks for
I'm
being
always
here.
on. No problem. I'm always on Thursdays at 10:30 Eastern time with Duncan on Kilted Christian. That's a podcast on Podbean. So I think we've dropped the link in there. I'll drop the link in again before in the chat before I go. So I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank you
you.
everybody in chat. Thanks for having me, Indy. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, of
God
course.
bless
Good to
you
get to
all,
catch up with you.
Yeah. Have a blessed day tonight and day tomorrow and every day moving forward.
That's right. Merry Christmas if I don't see you before.
Yeah, absolutely. Merry Christmas to you all. Happy New Year. Have a great
God bless.
existence. God bless. Love you all.
Much love. Sean, did you want to say anything before you go?
Well, my message was in the back chat was kind of towards John of talking with somebody from when we were working together with Bards. But
Hey, Rice and Peas.
yeah, probably I might have to go jump off to go
Oh,
talk with them
I'm
about a
not
couple
trying to
different
push you
things.
out the door. I'm sorry. I thought you were saying you had to go too.
Yeah, please do not.
No, I might have to go talk with them about a couple different things, and then now it's back to work in a couple of hours for, I don't know, 40 people that are walking in my door at 7 a.m. So, and that's Eastern time. So
Yeah.
that's,
Yep.
yeah.
Better get your
Yeah.
sleep.
Carl, that's when I dropped mine too.
Yeah. Well, I only
Cuties,
need
I think
about
it was called.
15
Yeah.
minutes for about beauty sleep. So we'll be all right.
Nice.
Another blessing.
Well, if
I
you
need
want to
12
stick
hours.
around, I have a video that I wanted to play, and I came across this recently, and I think it's just a really good kind of a what if scenario, if we face this again. And I don't know, it resonated with me. I hope it resonates with a lot of you as well, and I hope it leads to some good conversation after, because I'm curious, and some of you probably experienced this, so I'd like to hear that too. This one's a little bit longer. I think it's about, I can't tell what it says. There's about 10 minutes if I remember right.
Yeah, about.
Yeah, but it's a good one. Hang in there.
I am not so old that the sight of my mind grows blind. To this day, it sees another peaceful village surrounded, attacked, burned to the ground without cause. We will travel to Yellow Spring. But I tell you this, son of evil, I give you no promise of peace. Following confiscation of the rifles and ammunition, the Navajos were removed to Yellow Springs as per your instructions. I will await further orders regarding disposition of the arms, etc., etc.
No one will be able to be armed. We will take all weapons.
It was a human drama with emotions and tensions running high. Patty Connie is still trying to recover physically and emotionally.
They really did a number on me.
From the day police forced her from her home.
It was traumatic. All of a sudden, they were banging on the front door, the side door, and the back door. And they said, let us in.
Patty tried to explain. She was on dry land, she had plenty of food and water, and didn't want to abandon her dogs. But it didn't matter.
If you see 6 or 8 police that look like linebackers pushing you in a corner, you're in shock. I'm saying, look at all my food. I got plenty of food. They kept pushing me back, and ended up like this.
Then, Patty showed them a small revolver she was carefully holding in the palm of her hand. A camera crew was there to capture what unfolded next.
I said, it's not even loaded. And I dropped it on the floor.
You got a gun?
Well, they punched me in the face. Look at my black and blue marks. Look at what they did to me. They dragged me out of here. I really thought they were going to kill me. I really did.
Moving back across the lake is when we got stopped by Coast Guard and St. Tammany Sheriff's Department and the National Guard by gunpoint.
We had identification. We were coming back from a house that we were taking the weapons out of, so criminals wouldn't break in and steal them. And we've had policemen tell us that that's what they wanted us to do, but not the sheriff in St. Tammany. They just wanted to confiscate them from us.
We felt like criminals at the time when they come up to us with M16s or AR-15s, whatever it was, but there were 4 of them with rifles and holding on us with our hands in the air until they got in our boat.
So they got on the boat and they asked us, do you have any loaded weapons? Yes, we do. They're in the 2 back compartments. Wayne went to show them where the gun was. And he screams, "Don't touch it. Don't even move. I'll get it."
I thought felt like it was un-American, and then we had been violated when they, took. Like I say, we were shell shocked. We were just sitting around looking at each other and said, "We just got our guns taken away from us."
They took them, and they didn't have a right to take them. They didn't have a reason to take them. That was the thing. We did nothing wrong, but they took them anyway. He said, "Be thankful we're taking your guns here." Why should I be thankful? Well, if they catch you with them on land, they're going to take you straight to jail.
We live and prove that all they have to do is say, "Look, this is the law."
You had that feeling that you were violated. They took something from you. They stole something from you. That's the only way to put it. They took something that they didn't have a right to take.
What'd you come and get my gun for? I'm a good citizen.
Marie Galatis, a Baptist minister, faced the same story in her neighborhood, the same threats by thugs, the same lack of police, but she never once felt afraid.
And I had my Bible and I had my gun, and I knew I was safe. And I tell you what, I'm an Annie Oakley if you come fool with me or my family. I'm gonna let you have it, buddy.
Marie knows she was lucky. She was never forced to leave home and didn't have her firearm confiscated.
It's going against my constitutional rights as a citizen.
But Marie remembers how upset she got when the police department threatened to take her firearm.
You're letting the thugs get away with everything, and you're coming to honest, good citizens and taking away their protection, and it is wrong, wrong, wrong.
What I feel is that we're losing control of who we are as a nation.
Robert Zoss was forced to evacuate when a tree destroyed both of his family's homes.
Loaded with dogs, kids, people.
Then, as they were exiting through downtown, the unexpected happened.
These cops came out of nowhere, said stop, and asked, do we have weapons in the car? And I told him, yeah, I do. He said, get out the vehicle. Had us all sit cross-legged in front while they searched the vehicle. I had a .22 long rifle. My tenant's girlfriend had a .22 pearl handle revolver given to her by her grandmother or grandfather.
But Robert couldn't believe what he watched police do next to his rifle and his friend's pearl handle revolver.
I saw them smash her gun given to her by grandmother, grandfather, just against the curb. The other things that they busted up, the .22 rifle they busted up, these were police officers that went too far. We didn't have any rights. I mean, they treated us like criminals. They treated us like if we were in a third world country. I was scared because these guys weren't doing it by the book. There was mayhem. New Orleans police did not have control of the city anymore. So the only plan they thought, I guess, was to take the guns away from the people. Heed the warning of what this was. You know, this is like Australia. All of a sudden, boom, they got our rights.
Okay, this is a Browning 270. It's my deer rifle. And this is a Savage 7mm 08. This belongs to my grandson. And this was the two rifles that they confiscated. We left about 6 o'clock in the morning. We started across Lake Pontchartrain. As we came out under the drawbridge, a St. Tammany Parish sheriff's boat run up with their lights flashing, told us to pull over. So we pulled over, and they pulled in about 20 foot from us. And they had 5 guys in the boat, and they had assault weapons, and they pointed them at us and asked if we had any weapons on board. I told them, yes, we had 2 weapons. They said, get at the back of the boat with your hands in the air. We're coming aboard to search. They got the guns. They opened the case and looked at them. I was standing at the back of the boat with my hands in the air. Automatic rifles pointed at you. I mean, you don't have any choice. I mean, they didn't just have them pointed from their hip. They had them up at their shoulder pointed, you know. I mean, they weren't playing. They asked where we were going. Told them we were contractors for Pala Interstate. We were going to New Orleans to find a route to come in with a barge. So they said, okay, we're seizing these weapons. So I said, I want a receipt for my guns. They said, no, we're not giving receipts. Said, if we give receipts, we'd be out here all day writing receipts for all the weapons we've confiscated. It made me angry when they told me to go get a lawyer if I wanted my guns back. That's when I really got angry. They didn't care what your rights were. They were going to deny them. It's not America as we've known it before. It's changing.
The fact that you were able to find that is so amazing because, like, there are people here.
I grew up in every parish they mentioned.
Right, we live in St. Tammany Parish, like right on the lake.
So that's
like,
our sheriff's department they're talking about.
Right.
Wow.
But,
Yeah.
like, there are people who don't even live around here, and I tell them, yo, they confiscated guns after Katrina. They're like, no, they didn't. It's like, oh, okay, well, I'm glad you're an expert on the authority, but or authority on the
Okay, so that's in a red state, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
There's so
And
much industry here, though, that doesn't matter.
well, what I'm wondering though, and forgive me if I'm stating incorrectly, but at that point, was it not FEMA in control? And the reason I'm bringing that up is because if anyone, we all make
could be in
FEMA
control
jokes.
at the Superdome or
Yeah.
in the highest affected area. The honest truth is, because of the regularity of storms, people should not live in New Orleans. Okay, because if it sneezes too hard on a thunderstorm, the city floods.
Yep.
Okay, the
Right.
hospitals are you can't get to the hospitals, and I'm not
I
even
do need
talking
to look
about
into that, Pendar.
I'm not even talking about for a normal like just a normal thunderstorm, and the city is crippled.
Yep.
Okay, and so when a bad storm
Awesome,
like that
Papa.
comes through,
Great people.
with old with old infrastructure, meaning power poles, plumbing, all that stuff. I mean, I lived through this. I grew up through this.
But it does seem like so most of those interviews were folks that were out like on a boat or crossing Lake Pontchartrain, it sounded like. So that seemed to be a checkpoint. And that lady, that one woman, was in her home, but it sounds like everything was going fine until she showed the pistol in her hand. So
Right.
I don't know. I heard though that in like the 9th Ward and downtown, like the bad areas, they literally went door to door confiscating guns. These interviews sound like it was just people that were like out and about and they asked, "Hey, do you have a gun?" and then took them. But still,
Because the Mississippi River up to Baton Rouge provides so much industry in grain and oil and coal, everything, that our politicians are so in control here. It does not matter what the rest of the state. It doesn't matter how red something is, or the politics don't matter. Money
I
matters.
know, I
Mississippi
agree with
River is
that.
the
That's
biggest,
how it is here.
That's
Yeah,
how it
for
is
sure.
here. But I don't want to mislead my point. I'm kind of saying what Moose is saying. Because of what happened, the feds actually came in and screwed it up. I believe most of us are in red states with the blue cities. I can say for Washington, that's 100% true. And so I'm not downplaying how your infrastructure might work in that way. I'm saying it gave the feds the power to come and screw people, and people don't take it as seriously. It doesn't matter if you're in red or blue. If you've got a natural disaster or something where they can declare an emergency, you can have all your rights stripped.
That's right.
The feds were not in St. Tammany Parish. Okay. That is north of Lake Pontchartrain. Orleans Parish, a parish for those who are not French, Italian, Louisiana, a parish is a county. Okay. So a whole nother county away. Okay. In Orleans Parish, that's where FEMA's base camp was. Okay. The people that you just saw, the majority of those people were from a completely different county.
Just on the north side of the lake.
On the north side of the lake, and they were trying to go render aid.
Right.
Okay.
Which
is known for Louisianians. We do that. It's called the Cajun Navy.
But it also
I
gets
love
to
that.
during Hurricane Ida, it happens where like people were trying to bring supplies down to Homa and they were getting stopped literally at gunpoint on the road by
Right.
just bands of people
Thugs, marauders.
marauders taking their supplies. So, you know, I don't know. There's,
Oh, interesting point. So there was federal, state, and marauders. Because I think
No,
this
no,
is
no,
a
no. We're talking
realistic
about two different
example.
hurricanes.
Well,
After
but there,
Katrina, things changed.
there were still
Okay.
marauders.
After Katrina, now people don't give up their guns. Neighborhoods turn into war zones
Oh,
for
interesting.
resources.
They
Okay.
learned
So
their
that was
lesson.
Katrina, and now FEMA don't come down here. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Now it is okay. Ida, it tore Louisiana up. Okay, that's the most recent bad hurricane we had. We even during it. Okay, it's on our channel of our experience during the hurricane, and it turned into a madhouse. And
Mhm.
where I grew up turned into a war zone, a flooded war zone.
Right.
So like you could only move around by boat.
But
And
yeah, what you're saying is right. That like basically, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what laws
Exactly not.
you. If martial law is declared,
yes,
martial law wasn't even
Right.
Well, it was though.
Yeah, but that's so
during-
now, even though the laws, from what I understand now, even though the laws are on the books that during emergencies they can't do that anymore, if martial law is declared, then it's like all laws go out the window under martial law.
Right.
so-
But if they
So-
declare an emergency, all of a sudden the Fed has more power. The Fed's not the bank, but
It gives them the power
it
to
gives them more power.
to put in martial law.
About that.
Yeah,
one.
that's the next step. Like it's a slick, wet slope, so to speak. Like, you know?
Yes.
I'm
Yeah.
so
Yes,
glad
they
what I-
do.
What I'm curious about is who breached their power boundary first. The state government, the local government, the federal government, the marauders. Like, what was the
my
first
neighbor was he worked very deeply in Orleans Sheriff's Department.
Yeah.
Okay. And the town that I'm talking about, this neighbor, he still lives there. When Ida hit, he said that all he could hear was wind and gunfire.
Yep.
Wow.
It was a steady mix
That's
of
not
wind and
Katrina.
gunfire.
That's not Katrina. That's
Mhm.
that's the most recent hurricane.
But as
Right,
far
Moose.
as Virginia, what you're saying, who broke it first?
I was about to tell you.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Henry. You remember Mr. Henry?
Yeah.
Okay. He worked very closely with DEA and DEA is a federal situation, but he was a sheriff. Okay. And he said that they started pulling out automatic weapons and that basically everything went out the window. They all held up in the feds and the sheriff and the local police municipal police department. They all held up, and I forget the name of the famous hotel in New Orleans. They all held up there. Okay. And it pretty much turned into
Is it the Monteleone?
everyone's a threat. There are
Right.
no good citizens. Okay.
Well, as far as who broke it first, I really couldn't.
It was all of them.
Well, I was gonna say it depends
Right.
on how far back you go because there are a lot of people.
They're saying we're the ones I'm sorry for bulldozing you, but the way he said it was
This is how it feels.
the cops and the feds, either they are the boss or everyone else is. And so if they are not the ones with the guns, that's how they looked at it.
Right. But what I'm saying is that, like, if it depends on how far back you want to go, because depending on who you talk to, a lot of people say that Katrina was not a El Natural thing. And I'm not just talking about the weather, I'm talking about the levee breaking. I've heard was like rigged, like that was on purpose. And so, you know, who did that? I don't know. But I know that the mayor or the mayor at the time of New Orleans, his pockets got lined during Katrina, and now he's in jail. So I don't know. I don't know. It was probably state, I'd say. State
Yes, of
first
course
and
it
then
was.
federal.
This state is for sale. There's so much industry here. Every politician is for sale.
Well, that's every state. It's not just yours. I had family living in Mississippi during Katrina. It wasn't quite in the eye of it, but I am aware of some of the nuance in there. And I'm just curious for all of us to look in the future. It could be a natural event. It could be EMP type of thing, just whatever the case. Who started to take over first? And I'm asking for all of us to learn something here to who to watch out for. And the fact you're saying that it was like the citizenry that all they heard was pop, pop, pop. That's interesting. Like I didn't expect
That's
that.
where my mind went too.
It happened so fast, you wouldn't have time know when it shifted from, you know what I mean? Like I get what you're saying. But like
Absolutely,
it was
Mayhem.
all it was all in such quick succession to each other
Right.
that I don't know. And you're left kind of blind and dumb, right? Because you don't have communications. There's not internet. There's not like you can have a radio, but they're not like announcing, "Hey, we're going to be coming door to door to get your guns this afternoon, so be sure to answer."
Right.
You
A
know, like
butterfly.
you're really just left there waiting until somebody shows up or you hear,
Yeah.
you know. So
Well, not so. I want to address this. Not said. Didn't something like that being, or wasn't something like that being said about what recently happened in Hawaii? And that's where my mind went too, because they were being told where to go to the point that some died at by being blocked by police officers on a road that was they couldn't escape from where the fire was. So I mean, I think that there are a lot of things that when I watched that video, and I had heard that guns had been confiscated back then, but I wasn't directly involved in that. I do know people who were obviously here, but outside of YouTube land also. But I had never, I don't know, it resonated with me because I've had so many of those same thoughts of what would I do if they came for me to jab me, to take my kids because I'm not going to get them jabbed, to, or put them in public schools. Like, all these thoughts that go through my head of what would I do? And, you hear people who had to face that situation. And so my question is to you, what would you do in that situation? If that happened now with the laws passed, with what we know about martial law, if they came and said to you, give us your rifle. We're not going to give you a receipt. Give us your
They're
rifle.
not going to
What
say
would you do?
anything to me. I've learned. You don't open the door.
right, like ideally you're
I'm
gone.
not home.
That's why we listen.
Hey,
Is
Mayhem. Hey, Mutt.
be there.
Hi.
And that's when the line will be drawn.
Man
That's
of
how it.
evil.
you, babe.
Hey.
I had to put my pants on for this one.
Going to be on live
Oh, well, thank you for that, Mayhem. Thank you for that. Oh,
You're welcome.
Yeah.
well, that was quick.
That
Got
was
all
very
quieter really quick. But what were you going to say, Bunny?
I think that's where the line will be drawn because that's the way it's set up. Is any kind of emergency or whatever they consider it. Okay, so then the state will call the emergency. We've seen that just happen recently in New York, wasn't it? And then Kentucky with the tornadoes. Okay, so they call an emergency. What that does is it starts activating each department of law enforcement. And so depending on where you are, whether it's going to be police officers or sheriff's department or whatever, so when they do that also, though, it activates the National Guard. So you can have all of these people demanding that you do whatever.
Right.
And that's where we have to stand.
My buddy is a sheriff's officer, and or a sheriff's deputy. In the most recent hurricane, he struck up conversation with the
Right,
local
Wolverine.
National Guard that showed up, and they were carrying rifles. The National Guard were, and he said that it was the most he said that they only had like a couple gallons of fuel in their Humvee, and they only had 5 rounds of ammunition in their magazine. And but what you were talking about, Bonnie, is like a joint task force, mutual cooperation, and the Fed expects it from local law enforcement. So
yes.
But I think it like in
Right,
regards
Lauren?
to what Virginia's saying, like, look, 2020 was a very big social, like a worldwide experiment almost by, whoever orchestrated it or whatever happened. It got data, whether, whatever side, wherever you think that sickness came from, whether you think it's been around and renamed or it was from a lab or a bat farm or where, wherever you think it came came from. No crisis, goes wasted. So they gathered data on how people would react and stuff like that, right? We all know that. But
Yes.
we also then can gather data, and so like we saw last time, all right, first it was a lockdown for a couple of weeks, and then and you can add in, all right, next time, because not everybody listened to the lockdowns. Well, I would anticipate that it would go to a lockdown and move into a martial law very quickly if it was a real deal, or the thing. I think the internet, they could see very much that people very much banded together on internet. Well, that's great, but your internet friends can't come next door and help you, so they like that. That's good.
And that
But
keeps us distracted from everything else that we could be, it's
right,
a
exactly.
distraction in a form of control as well.
Right.
Yep.
So internet might go, and with that, goes again, you're blind and deaf. You don't really know what's going on other than what your community is talking about, the people around you, and
Right.
and you can't see very far out. So I'm just saying that, like, we also can collect data from that and kind of anticipate how the next one would go. Do you think the
Yeah.
next one will be in 2024? Do you think the next one will be in 2030? What, whenever, insert, but
Insert crisis here.
that's right. That's right.
Okay, so whenever
Well,
that
you know,
crisis happens, whenever that crisis happens, what would you do if you were faced with them coming for whatever reason, whether you're out on the streets or they're coming into your home? We just saw both scenarios presented. How do you handle that? You
It
give
very
it to
much
them and
depends.
save your life, or you stand your ground? That's what I'm asking.
It very
And
much
that's
depends on the scenario.
And praying and relying on God, but
Yes.
are you talking
Discernment.
about door to
Mhm.
door, or like, how serious are we talking here?
Because
Well, yeah,
ideally, having
like Moonchild says here. I think this is what I've thought for a long time, and I've seen others say this too. I used to think, and I mean, it's possible. Eventually, we'll get to the point. It will be another global event, whether it's an what do we call it, a Fast Freddy, whatever, an FF.
right.
But it could be something that's like a nuke, or I mean, it could be anything that's huge and affects everyone and is global, or would affect the whole country. There could be things like that happen. I think a lot of that is probably fear being pushed upon us. And I think it's been used to control for a very long
That's
time because of that.
100%
But
Moonchild.
hold on, Landon. But I think that what Moonchild is saying ties in with what I've been thinking for a very long time. She said they can't do much to us as a whole, but they can do a lot individually. Watch. And that's what I see happening. I think that, like in, for example, cities where I live, I think it's going to come down to people standing their ground individually and being made to look the villain, which I think is probably already happening. The news, we already know, is a puppet news. They're going to be, putting out that it's extremist whatevers, or, this group or that group, or this person did this because whatever. And I don't think we're going to get any version of the truth. I think we need to be aware of that, because I think when people start getting into more desperate situations in their own personal shit hits the fan scenario, like what happened for many during Hurricane Katrina, they're going to not present that as someone standing and protecting their rights. Obviously,
Yeah.
they're going to look at somebody being defiant and going against him, being an
Criminal.
insurrectionist, or
The news since 2020 and the plan.
Jam.
I'm going to just call it the plan. We all know that the news is nothing more than a propaganda machine for those in power. So
Exactly, Wolverines.
to say that
Lady
we're not
Smith.
going to trust it, that's kind of that's kind of a foregone conclusion, at least in my mind. No, I don't trust. No. By the way,
Good to
hi
see you,
guys. Long
Ghost.
time no see some of y'all.
Yeah, good to see you.
Been a
Well,
while.
I think it was Pastor Joe Fox with Viking Preparedness on YouTube. He said years ago, when I first started to
Good to
get
see
into
Jam.
prepping, he
You too.
a bit of like, he would be like, calm down, like they can't blanket martial law.
Yes, not. They did.
Like what Moonchild was saying, like it's they can cast a pretty wide net, but his whole message at the time was, come out of her, my
Good night,
people,
Jerry. Much
and
love
like
to you.
get out of the city if you can, and
Mhm.
and that, a lot of people
Yeah.
say it's impossible, but it is possible.
Yes.
And
So,
I think that's 100% right, that
They
they
can't.
can't do a lot to everybody, but they can do a lot to the
Thanks, Mike.
individual.
And ideally, that's
Mhm.
why, like, that scenario, Indy, like what would you do is why I like part of why I
Absolutely,
watch it is
JM.
like if you see the precursors of a situation where they're coming to your door and forcing something you don't like, if you see the precursors and you see that's what's coming down the linear line, that does give you a chance to try to be out somewhere. The Bible tells us in the end days you won't even be able to go back for your cloak. And Revelations, like people will go to the wilderness and like so we already know
What it
that
says is
the day
don't go back for your.
don't right. We already know
don't
the
go
day
back for
will
your clothes.
come.
Mm-hmm.
Is that not what I said? I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
it says don't go back. It doesn't say you can't.
Here's
It says
hoping,
don't go
Lauren.
back.
It's just
Oh.
saying like it's warning you, like it's
Right,
gonna
sorry.
come so suddenly and so swiftly that you should be looking that like.
Sorry, I took that as solid. So I'm like, in my head,
basically,
it
if
just
you were
said, "Don't do it."
if you were the person to
Yeah.
run back in and start grabbing all your stuff to
Right,
get,
right.
you're gonna get caught.
So we
Ghost.
already know though that the day is coming where we won't be able to buy and sell in the markets, where we won't be able to, freely worship God and so like we know the day is coming where we will be forced out. So I guess I'm just watching to see when it comes.
As C. Wolverines
Mhm.
has it.
Yeah.
Stashed away from.
I don't think that
Don't
you
put all
have
your
to
eggs in one
comply.
basket.
Yep.
I
Yeah.
don't think you have to comply.
Also, you must sell your cloak and buy a sword. Remember
That's
that?
right.
Well,
Mhm.
I'm all out of
I'm-
cloaks,
I'm-
if you know what I mean.
I'm all out of cloaks, and I guess I
I'm
started
sorry.
getting some for y'all. I guess.
I'm sorry. I'm all out of swords too, but I got a really nice AK-47 that I don't mind using.
Mhm.
I got to show Ghost my shirt right quick because he called me a Starbucks commie, whatever. And I'm literally wearing a shirt that says I'm on his crew right now. So that's what you get.
Starbucks.
That was perfect timing.
I know.
I love that moment. Owned.
Well done. Well played.
Thank
Well
you.
played.
That's fantastic.
That's what y'all are talking about. So, because our sheriff says nobody's going to be allowed to do that. But if it comes to state and we know that there are federal people in every state, in every community that oh man, how do I say it without getting you in trouble?
Hold on for 1 second, Bonnie. While you're thinking of that, I wanted to say, and I meant to say this
Go ahead.
earlier.
I'm sorry.
Chessboard had posted that video, that last video that we shared. That's posted on Chessboard's channel. So thank you, Chessboard, for putting that out there and for letting me share it here. I really appreciate that. And really, you guys, Chessboard. A lot of people here in chat have pages where they're sharing out information that's vital. So, like I always say, we're stronger together. Sub each other up, connect, go check out people's videos. There's a lot of info out there. All right, Bonnie, what were you going to say?
Bonnie, I was going to try to provide the word for you. I was going to say the word is probably compromised. Some are compromised.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Our working force still. So what if they are the ones that are actually in charge?
Thanks for being here, Lauren. Yeah.
Well, I can only say that during the plan, and that's what I'm going to call it.
Yep,
I did have.
we know what you mean.
I did have a certain 4-letter show up at the front door talking about, well, we can give you the cocktail if you'll just come with us. And I'm like, yeah, okay, no, I'm good, and slam the door in his face. Happened twice. So I mean, and that was as far as it went. So I think this next go round, and there will be a next go round, it's not going to be quite so subtle.
I don't think so either. I think
in
it's going to be more
Australia,
force.
we had a friend
This
in
last go round, I'm sorry for interrupting. It was a
Test run.
test run.
It was a
in
test run.
we have a friend in Australia, and they went and got him like his whole.
No, they didn't have a choice. You see, they stopped at his neighborhood with a school bus, and everyone had to get on the school bus and go with the local state governing body to a stadium. Okay.
No,
Like
sorry, train car comes to mind there, and I'm not Jewish, but train car comes to mind.
Mm-hmm.
And
This segment
let
of
me,
the program
if I may
has
say one thing, and then I'll try to shut up. I'll try. I'm not guaranteeing
We'll
anything,
all
but I
help
will
you
try.
out if it's an issue.
Yeah, well, that's
I
fine.
can always mute him.
There is no try.
Yeah, you can always mute me. But no, my fiance is new to all of this. Okay, she's sitting right here, so I have to be very careful with what I say because I'm going to get smacked otherwise. She is just blown away by what has been presented to her tonight, and it's been a real joy to watch her have her eyes open. So, job well done,
Yeah.
guys.
That's great. Bran, really fast, Tiff. I saw that Bran said he's got to go. Bran, thank you so much for being here as always. Love you
Good night,
lots.
man.
Have a good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night, Bran.
Night, brother.
Good night. Good night.
have a
It's
good
a
week,
joy,
Brad.
but it's also, there's sadness with it, and like with increased knowledge comes increased sadness a little bit.
That's how it works. The more you know,
It's
the worse it gets.
Landon, I put another video back there. Can you pull
Yeah,
that one
I
up?
got it.
I don't know if that's
I've
what you
got
already have. Is that what's there? Well, I
Yeah.
thought, okay, go ahead. We don't have to play it right this second, Tiff, if you wanted to finish what you were saying.
Landon went down the rabbit hole, and he tried to stop himself and grab me, but we both fell down.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, I drug her down. I drug her kicking and screaming down this rabbit hole, and now she's kind of hacked in the rabbit hole.
That's the truth. That's what happened to Tiff. Poor Tiff.
There's friends in the rabbit hole. Don't
Right,
worry.
She
exactly.
tried to get away.
This is a nice cozy rabbit hole.
Well, but see, luckily Landon was so people have been onto it for longer than this for sure, but Landon was starting to get into it about, I don't know, like 9-10 years ago. And so I was still like very much in the corporate industry, and he'd be like, it's not going to happen right now. We still probably have 5 years. And I really hung on to that. I was like, yes, we still have 5 years. You could do anything. If I could be a millionaire in 5 years, we could have a bunker. We could have a whole city underground in 5 years. Don't worry about it. And then, that 5 years snuck up, and sure enough, something did happen. And oh crap, like.
And then there was that 200 days that we all spent together on y'all's former channel. That's all I'm going to say.
It's still a channel.
Well, as we've been talking about all this, this is a video that Prepper Book Club put out called Why Prepare? And I just thought that there are some good perspectives here to be thinking about.
I'm sorry.
So short and sweet, but I thought there were some good perspectives there. And
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you guys that, like, what is your why? You know, whether you prepare in whatever that means to you. If preparing means stacking metals, or preparing means stacking foods, or preparing means getting in better physical shape, you know, whatever things you're doing, what are your whys?
The next
Oh, you're
generation.
muted.
Yep. Keep my family safe.
Keep your family safe. What did you say, Roots?
The next generation, same as Bonnie's, basically. Like,
Absolutely. Yep. Same for me. My kids, 100%. If I didn't have kids, I think that I would have done things a lot differently. To be honest, even back when everything was happening with the CHOP and the Chaz and all of that, you know, I think I would have been more involved hands-on with that. But I also think being motivated to think for the future for them is what has led me into all of this and learning as much as I have over the last couple of years.
Well, I look at it like this. Everybody is a prepper. They just don't know it. And why I say everybody is a prepper is look at somebody's trunk of their car. They have jumper cables. They have a tire pressure gauge. They have an air pump. What is that for? Well, their battery's going to die. Their tire is going to lose air pressure. So that is the first step of becoming a prepper. And most people don't know that they're preppers until you point that out to them.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's true.
Well, a lot of folks these days rely on insurance and, you know, roadside assistance. They don't even do that. Like, they don't even, you know.
Yep.
Yeah.
But
can I answer Ghost's earlier question to Roots, since he's no, I didn't learn anything from the court appointed class the judge ordered me to go to. It wasn't remedial, and I'm too slow to actually grasp any of it.
Mike says stacked tacos. I bet Eimer agrees.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, life and longevity. That's a good why, Papa. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I was thinking this is maybe a good time to point out that anyone that's never played chess really should look into it, and checkers as well, because it helps you think several steps ahead. And I think that's part of prepping. You know, you can never be prepared for everything, but to be prepared for everything you can think of and everything you can see on the board gets you several steps ahead. That way you
Good
can
dad,
be there.
they're not. Yeah.
Yep.
And you
No,
know,
I think that's a good point.
Because my whole life I've always loved checkers, but I had tried to learn chess and I never could. And then just like 2 years ago, Landon like sat me down one time and was like, please let me show you. And I'm like, it's useless. I'm never gonna I'm not gonna get it. And I got it and I really enjoy the game. But my mind has kind of like the way I think has changed.
Yeah. It's good if you can like checkers is a great springboard to chess. But it does if you work on that, it'll help you think several steps ahead. And it's about being proactive rather than reactive. And I think that's a huge part.
Somebody addressed you, honey. I don't know what they said.
That's good, Jan.
Mrs. No, you're up there.
No, we got to
Yeah,
think about how far ahead they're planning, and we all need to do the same thing.
Yes.
Yeah, I just I
they've
have
been
to
planning because
but now I find myself struggling. I look for the enemy because I truly I believe that like there is lesser magic, and you can partake in rituals that will affect you whether or not you are aware of the fact that you are. And you might even be told that you're partaking and laugh it off or excuse it away as a tradition, or this, that, or the other.
basically
So
by doing so, you're saying that the spiritual
I love you, girl.
you acknowledge the spiritual realm but you're not gonna, take it seriously. But it takes you very seriously.
Right. And so like I do believe that there's an enemy out there that is looking to seek whom it may devour. And so I watch because I want to know what the enemy's tools are. And even if you watch, you can't know all of them because they work far ahead of what
Gary, baby.
are allowed to know. But dang it, I lost my daggone thought.
Because I interrupted. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Hang on.
They only let you know what they want you to know.
Yeah, they really do. But hold on, what was it? Oh, dang it.
Right, I'm here. Good to see you, Gary. Thanks for being here.
Don't worry, you'll remember it at like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Or in the middle of somebody else talking.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Murphy's Law.
Oh, I watched the enemy because I do believe that like the enemy is out there and naiveness is not an excuse. Like they will
redneck.
They will use naiveness to their advantage.
Mm-hmm.
However, it could be said that maybe I look too much, because like
or
did, right? Like I would see the bad before I would see the good, and the good outweighs the bad, so like I have to myself, like I have to be looking for Christ just as much as I'm watching for the enemy. And so that's the balance that
you're doing that more.
Right, that I currently am like praying on and trying to find, because it steals my joy. You know what I mean? Like if you're always only looking for bad, like it just sucks it out of you. So anyway, that's my thing that I'm working on. I don't know if anybody else can relate, but
Me personally, it's been coming for me my whole life. My stepmom was Pentecostal, and of course their church, if you don't know, like they very much focus on revelations and prophecy. And then even at my like second or third job, the head cook, he was like letting me know, he was like waking me up very subtly. He was like, yeah, man, the people at the top, they do blood sacrifices, and they like like how do you think they achieve certain levels and power?
You're cracking me up in chat.
He was like like after
all right,
a
Nat,
certain
I'll bring
limit.
you on up. Hey, Nat. Thanks for being here.
Great.
Hey, Nat.
Good to have you up here.
Thank you for having me. Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah. No, you're good.
Continue and specify, please.
It's good to see you.
Yeah, chat's making me laugh and terrifying me all at the same time.
It's a wild world out there.
Right, I'm here.
That's a true talent if he can terrify you and make you laugh at the same time.
Yeah.
And I missed it completely.
Now I'm starting to wonder if that's Indy's nervous laugh.
It's a little of both.
Well, if I may, I wanted to share a little bit, and it's along those lines of what I'm sorry, Unspecified Podcast was kind of talking about how he was raised, and I was blessed by being raised by two parents that grew up during World War II, and so I have a unique perspective, I guess you could say, and I'm seeing a lot of parallels about recent events compared to what my parents told me they experienced.
I bet.
And unfortunately, in the country that my parents were from, they were lulled into kind of like the Pied Piper. The people were hurting so bad, and they were being promised the promised land, and they wanted that so bad, because they just wanted to get back on their feet again, that they were led down this road. And they're, there's a line from a TV show that says, "Don't sprinkle sugar on this bull and call it candy," but that's what they were doing. And people were eating it, unfortunately, because they were just trying to look out for theirs and their family, you know, because people were starving and they were hurting really bad. And so they swallowed what the Pied Piper was giving them. And I'm seeing a lot of equivalence to what's happening now to then. My parents told me that you had to be very careful who you talked to because you didn't know who was Gestapo and who was not. And so, and then there's kind of a correlation there as well, because you have to be very careful as to who you talk to and who you don't talk to, as to what's going to come down on you and what's not going to come down on you, which is unfortunate because, you know, we should be able to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, and the fact that they're trying to suppress us from being able to do that should be a red flag to more people than it apparently is, you know?
Yes.
Well,
and the
it's
first ways
just
they did that
insane.
is, you know, the first ways they did it is that they were promising the promised land, and then they took control of the media, they took their guns, and they burned the books.
Yep.
And you know, it like I always wondered, you know, how could they go along with that? Did they not see? But I see now that, like, if anything can get you back to normalcy, you know, it may not have been exactly like that there, but you know, hey, if there's you know, put this mask on and everything will go back to normal, you know,
Yeah.
like some people cling to that so hard, you know, oh, just ostracize these people and everything will go back to normal, you know, like.
Even during that, I mean, they were finding certain prominent figures that were saying, you know, screw your civil rights, wear the mask. And it's like, wait a minute, what?
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Do you hear yourself?
Screw my civil rights? Really?
Right. Yep.
That was very shocking and very upsetting. You know, and
Because
God
words
give me
have
the right
lost
words
their
to
meaning,
say.
so people can say just the most outlandish things and then expect you to not take that literally.
Yeah. What was
Love it,
that?
Carl.
What was that saying that they used to have? They first came for the Jews, and I wasn't a Jew, so I didn't care, or something like that. And then they came after the Christians. Yeah.
Yeah, they came for each group and you weren't a part of that group, so you didn't do anything about it. You didn't speak up. And then when they came for you, there was nobody left to speak for you.
Well, that's what they did.
Exactly.
They did it step
Right,
by step, carefully planned it out. They did it step by step until they had, like my mom and dad was. You didn't know who you could talk to. You didn't know who. I mean, even in your own family, you didn't. And they did this. And please don't judge. But they did this out of self-preservation too, you know. And we don't know because we've never been in a situation like. Maybe some have. Don't get me wrong, but how would we? And that's what we really need to think about. How are we going to respond or react or act when put in a situation like that? You know, and God give me the courage that I have the courage that, like my grandmother had.
Yeah.
Where and you may believe me or not, and I only have the word of my father, but my grandmother decked a Hitler Youth because they kept taking her sons from her to go to.
That'll do it.
The Hitler Youth goings-ons where they were indoctrinating the kids.
Yeah. And now here they have it so turned around because they learned from that. And so now here people are putting their kids in free preschools or now it's daycares from, you know, what is it, like 6 months and up? You can have everything paid for, you know, I mean, not quite. It's actually, you still have to fund it yourself. You have to pay for their indoctrination, but you know, it's subsidized by your taxes as well. Right.
yeah. You get the discount.
But yeah, I mean, and now it's all the way through, you know, through high school at minimum or through university, you know, and it's like, you know, we're just letting them control us.
That's why they were. That's why they were pushing so hard against homeschooling.
Yeah, and they still will. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're going to try to make it illegal in many places, including where I live.
Well, yeah, they're working towards that because the homeschooling breeds individual thinkers and people who think for themselves. And my dad always said, question everything.
Everything.
Yeah.
But isn't taxation just us funding our own slavery anyway?
Pardon?
I said, isn't taxation just and this goes back to what Minnie was just saying a minute ago.
Right?
Taxation really is just us funding our own slavery. So let's be
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you gotta pay for your kids'
It's from Weeds,
indoctrination,
the show,
but
Carl.
we're paying for our own slavery anyway. So
Yeah.
I'm picturing
Mm-hmm.
a cartoon where a guy is like blacksmithing his own chains.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess
That's why we have to have them now, Wolverines.
I guess what we
Go
should
ahead,
take
Matt.
from this is don't allow this to tear us apart, because that's how, many of you have said, divide and conquer. Don't allow that to happen. Don't allow them to chum the waters and then jump in on the frenzy. Don't do that. Don't
Yeah,
tear
that's
each
the
other down.
silver lining of being
Yeah.
like exhausted of all the news is that there's a little bit of not caring there where you can just be like, yeah, that's okay. I'm not going to jump on that. But the other half is that like even YouTube, everything is so sensationalized, even YouTube titles. I mean, like we're even
Oh,
guilty of
yeah.
it, but you have to if you want anybody to look, unless it's like, a known, repetitive.
Yeah, I was
live
gonna
stream
say
or something.
mine's Indie After Dark number
Yeah,
what?
but like if it's a known repetitive live stream, oh god. But if you're
Yeah.
like releasing a video, look, who is it? New York Prepper, or somebody always puts emergency, red alert, exclamation, exclamation, exclamation. Okay, it's
Yeah.
happening now. And we always click on it because oh crap, this could be the one. Nope, it never freaking is it?
Right.
I mean, there's a lot of people that do that. I mean, it's
Okay,
like
if you
Black
ever
Scout
see
Survival does
emergency
that.
from me,
Yeah.
come and check it out. Because I promise I won't put that unless it's like legit.
Well, yeah.
That's like me too. If you
it's
see
an
emergency, it means I cut my thumb off or something like that. I want you guys
If
to
an
see it.
emergency actually happens,
Yeah,
what
exactly,
are they
I'm
going to
your-
put as their title? Like, hey guys,
Right.
no big deal.
Yeah, well, that's
everything's
the thing
fine.
is
like
yeah.
I'm actually subbed to several channels where
papas,
when I
exactly.
see that I roll my eyes and just move on. It's I don't even look
Yeah.
anymore. I'm like, yeah,
The boy
okay.
called
I should
so
start
careful
doing
of
that. So subtle with it. It'll be like, you do not want to watch this. There is
Screaming
nothing for you to see here.
So that's right. No one will click on that. Like if you have the title and the thumbnail, this is the most boring thing you've ever want to see.
Oh, actually, what I like is when people put insert clickbait title here. I'll click on those streams. I'll go to those where it literally just says it. Like I'm like, yeah, okay, you might be my people.
Well, see,
I
we've
don't know.
gotten
You might get that.
We got deep on a lot of topics, and this is Indy After Dark number 23. And if y'all remember that movie, it's all like number 23 is everywhere, and it's the signs. And I'm telling you,
Uh-oh.
yeah,
Oh,
that's a good. It's good though.
Indy, you did it. You drew us all in. That is your emergency.
Go watch the movie. It's like 20 years old.
Must watch.
Yeah.
It's
Number
probably 23 years old.
Well played, Indy. Well played.
Yeah, well
Yeah. It's all part of my master plan.
Right, Carl? Carl, that's
you were
Yeah.
you were a wrench in so many people's chat. I thought you were a Fed for a little bit.
I know. I've had several people tell me that actually. I think the
But
the jury's still out for some.
Well, Andy, personally, from what just your title of your channel alone, I'm like, that's an individual thinker. That's what I thought.
Or a Fed. Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
What
There's
none
the
of
next rumor.
none of us have seen. None of us has seen Indy's setup, but I can guarantee you she's got 10 different monitors. She's got 3 different
Yeah, right.
keyboards.
Okay.
You guys, I'm literally on my
Listen,
phone like 90% of the time.
Closet full of server racks.
That's what you're telling us. You're
That's
telling
what
us
you're
you're on your
telling
phone.
us.
Yeah, exactly.
Even
You're telling us
feds
you're on your phone.
Yeah.
Even Feds get better internet than Indy's basement internet. Okay.
Right.
I don't.
Okay. Good call. Good call.
There's Indy. Hey, wait. Tip just gave Indy the name of her next channel.
Yeah,
Indy's basement.
Yeah.
Oh, and if I may, there's another little nugget that I hope I can share with folks that I learned from my parents. Is my mother, she grew up out in the country. My grandfather was the gardener for, he was a count, and he was the gardener. And then later on after the war, he was the gardener for the city. So she grew up out in the country where they were able to grow their own food. And so my mom didn't go without food as often as my dad, where my dad would be without food for days on end. He told me stories. I mean, he had to have his toes operated on because they would cut the heels off of the women's shoes just to have a pair of shoes to wear.
Wow.
There were many times, like I said, they went without meals a lot, and it affected his digestive system later on in life. And he told me that they would go out and pick up acorns. Has anybody ever eaten an acorn?
No, but you gotta like boil them. They're
can
terrible
boil, yeah,
bitter.
you boil them.
He would pick them. He would pick up the acorns up off the ground and peel it and pop it in his mouth and say that tastes good. And my husband tried one, and he goes, "Man, that was chalky and bitter."
Yeah, they're very.
But my dad enjoyed it.
Well, I mean, when you get hungry enough, yeah, I would imagine.
That should tell, speak to how hungry he was.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, have you ever listened to have you seen her name? Yeonmi Park. She's a defector from North Korea, and she talks about eating crickets. She lived off of crickets primarily.
Yeah, I can't even
she's an
imagine.
amazing person to listen to because she shares a lot that she experienced and learned, and a lot of what's being planned for us. Really.
Yeah, I mean, I think about I'm not a hunter. I mean, I look at the animal in the eye and I just melt. I'm such a softie. I'd starve. But my dad telling me the stories that he did is just like that he experienced, and I was just like, dang, what will you do? It's just like, holy cow, So if you
thanks, Yorga. I didn't have a chance to say something, but I want to make sure it was you. Hey, how's it going,
Hey.
Gary?
Oh, yeah, it's me. Hold on. See
I saw
how
your
I go
comment.
Oh,
good to see you.
So what do
Gary,
you
maybe?
eat? Do you pick the acorn or the cricket? Which one are you going to pick? Which one?
Acorn.
That's a good
Go
question.
for both. Make a casserole.
There you go.
I take both.
Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. Blend it all together.
Make a meal out.
Be like
Yeah.
a acorn
If
butter.
I was that hungry, I'd probably do both and then pick one. The cricket was a little bit better.
Right on.
More
I didn't
protein.
think about- Somebody said something about they make acorn flour. How good? How is that? Is it good? I've never tried.
It's a thing.
A couple people
I
said
believe
that.
it.
Yeah.
I believe it.
Wow.
I mean, acorn is
Papa said he'd
basically a
make can of
nut.
butter to go with it. Love it. Prepper
You
level
just
up,
gotta
Papa.
boil them, and then look, all this brown comes out. It's the bitter.
tannin.
Yeah, it's the bitterness in it. It comes
Yeah,
out,
I
and then you put it into a new fresh boil. So
You have to,
have 2 pots of water boiling at once. So
Yeah,
when
I
you're
watched a
done with
video
your first,
recently where they had to
dump
boil.
it.
Yeah, you had to
When
boil
I
it
was-
like 8 or 9 times.
When I was a little boy, like
Yeah.
maybe 4 years old, we had
Get
these
all the
big old,
bitterness
I guess they're oak trees, and the
Mm-hmm.
big green acorns fall down.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know anything about these things. I wasn't going to try to eat one, but I liked the way they looked. They're big, fat, green acorns, man.
Ever
And
had
I
one hit
stuck-
your head? Hurts.
Huh?
Ever have one hit your head? They hurt.
Oh God, we used to have wars. We used to have wars in our neighborhood, and we figured out to use, if you use a tennis racket with a big fat acorn,
Oh,
man,
God.
it's like a bullet hitting you, man. Pow,
Yeah.
But the funny story is, when I was very little, young, dumb, I don't know nothing. I had a pajama drawer that we kept my pajamas in, and I had a very good mother, but I had this acorn collection, and she didn't know anything about it, and I put them in my pajama drawer, and one day I heard her scream, man. I forgot about my acorn collection.
Uh-oh.
there was worms coming out of these things, man.
Row.
All in my pajamas, man. All of my pajamas were full of worms from these
Oh my.
acorns I put up in there. Yeah, man.
Oh no.
Thing gets me, if you eat an acorn,
That explains a
you
lot.
eat a worm, you know, because where'd the worms come from? I
That's
don't
why you
know.
gotta boil them. You gotta boil it.
Dude.
I guess that's added protein.
Yeah, boil it. Yeah.
On that note, I have stopped and I'm going to bed.
Thanks for
Yeah,
hopping up here, Mayhem. Mayhem,
What
thank you
Mayhem?
so much.
I didn't know Mayhem was here, man. I'm sorry, man. It's good to
Hey,
see you.
no, it's okay, Yorga. Good to see you.
Mayhem, thank you so much for all of your support and for your generous gift. Really, that is such a blessing to me. I really
He's a
appreciate you.
good boy,
Thank
isn't
you.
he? I know he is.
Yeah, he's a good guy all around. I already knew that though. Yeah,
And
thank you,
Yorga,
Mayhem.
I just have to give you
Mayhem, if I don't talk to you again, Merry Christmas, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Merry Christmas to y'all. And hey, everybody, don't forget, December 13th is set up already for a premiere. The first day of the 12 Days of Christmas, where I'm doing metal covers of Christmas songs.
Awesome.
Check it out.
I already
Go to my
put all my
channel.
notifications. I saw those in there. Wonderful. I'm
Sounds like
excited
a
for that.
Nice.
And so enjoy it. So some people might not like that style, but there's some in there. I got one
Yeah.
in there just for Virginia roots.
Nice.
She already knows which one
man.
I'm talking about too.
Oh, nay, it ain't so. Nay.
Yes.
Nay,
It is
sir.
so.
How
I
dare
will
you?
say this. I will say this. It's probably better than the Mariah Carey version.
Whatever.
Hands down.
Whatever.
It is.
Mariah
Virginia Roots.
I can't wait.
Next time up on Indies, you'll be like, Mayhem did a hell of a job on that one. I will actually listen to that one.
I'm excited to find out what it is.
If I get any whiff of
I already know what
Mariah
it is.
it's done.
Mm-hmm.
He dropped the bomb on what it is, man.
Yeah, it's only a Christmas song that Mariah Carey does that nobody really likes. Or it's overplayed, I should say. It was good when it
I
first
can think
came
of a
out,
few.
but it's overplayed.
Yeah.
I think it's overplayed now.
I think she's overplayed, period.
No, she
I
is.
think we should also do a yoga song. Well, the weather outside is frightful, but the night is delightful.
Delightful. Anyways.
Doesn't matter if I don't know the words. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
You know, Mariah Carey don't even remember the words to her. She did a New Year's Eve
Right?
concert and forgot the lyrics to her own song.
She gets the guys from Kiss to come in and do her vocals.
I mean, she doesn't even have that many words in there. I mean, she pretty much says the same thing over and over again.
Like, listen now, shame on you. Do you know
Girl,
how
I
high
love
her
it.
keys are?
And Kiss
100%
doesn't even do their own vocals, so it's who knows who's doing it. It's freaking Skinny Mo down on the corner.
I will say the hardest one that I did though was the Carol of the Bells, because I didn't even
Oh, I
know
love that one. I love
I
that.
didn't even know the words to that. Yeah,
Wow.
and like the tempo that you have to say it, I was
That's
like, oh
fast.
my gosh, I'm not going to be able to do it.
I'm
But I was
glad
able
you
to do
did that one. I'm glad you did that one. That is my absolute favorite Christmas song. Is the Carol of the Bell.
That is a good one. That's a really good one.
I don't know. Time?
Well, I guess I can tell you. I guess I can tell you which
Absolutely.
ones they are, because the thumbnails are already up there. So day one is Mary Did You Know. Day two is All I Want for Christmas. What is day three? Oh, day three is You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch.
That's a good one.
Good night, Lisa. God bless.
Did you know? Hold on, let me stop you real quick. Did you know the guy that sang that song, You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch, was the same guy that did Tony the Tiger, You're Great? All those old commercials.
Oh, really?
Tony the Tiger.
He had an awesome voice.
Same guy.
Yeah.
Nice
Same
bass
guy
voice.
that did it? Really?
Hey,
That's
hang
cool.
on for just 1 second for me.
Great.
Go ahead.
Hold on one second.
Yeah, that
Somebody's
guy.
trying to talk. Not, is that you?
Well, this is Mrs. Mutt.
Oh, go ahead,
I'm
Mrs.
sitting
Mutt.
here next to him. The Mariah Carey song. I don't know if any of you guys have seen the movie Love Actually.
Yeah.
But there's the young lady at the end of the movie that sang that song did such a
She's amazing.
perfect job. They had to go back and screw it up because she did it too well.
Oh.
Really?
Yes.
How
Wow.
dare they? Smack them around a few times.
Well, I mean, you know, that is the magic of Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen, the magic of Hollywood. Or
Did you see this,
Hollyweird,
Landon
as
and Tiff?
Yes.
Or maybe you already answered. Oh, okay. Yep. Good. Yeah. And then,
But
Not, were you trying to say something too? I'm sorry.
I mean,
right, Lauren?
I'm actually getting ready. I think I'm getting ready to jump off. Mrs. Mutt's going to stay up. I'm
I love that one, Papa.
I had surgery 2 months ago now.
Yeah.
And I'm actually still recovering from cancer surgery, so I'm starting to get a little tired. I'm going to jump off, but I'm pretty sure she's going to stick around down
Okay,
in the
great.
chat. So
Yeah.
I liked and subbed on my thing.
Wonderful. Yeah.
Take care of yourself.
Thanks for being here, Mrs. Hutt. God bless you, because I know your husband. So, you know, go with God.
Well, actually, wait a minute now. Our wedding date.
I'm just teasing.
Yeah, you know, Andy, I've been touting you all night to her, telling her what a great, and now you're gonna bag on me, really?
Yeah, it's, you know how it goes.
You know, I mean,
It's love, Mutt.
I told
All
her
in
all
love.
about Virginia Ruth, you know, so she knows now.
He complains about having cancer.
Think
I
of
have
me
to put
when
up
you
with
toss
him.
that Caesar.
Yeah.
There
Indy,
you go.
What was that? Wait a minute, I missed something.
Chessboard.
It's about-
I'll definitely have chessboard on my next one next year. Singing "Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer" in a metal version. That would be awesome.
Oh wow.
man, listen, I heard that song on the radio the other day just randomly, and the original "Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer," and I am a musician, you know, retired, but I listened to that song and I went, you know what, man, that's a damn good song, man. I mean, it's really well put together and everything about it, man. It goes longer than you think it does. It's got like, it's got like 4 verses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
It's a
it's
good
surprising
song.
how many chords is used in it. It's not that many chords.
It's not, but it's great, man. It's
Yeah, it
freaking
is great.
freaking great.
I don't know if any of y'all got to watch Joe Tenor's open mic night tonight. There was a gentleman who came up on panel and sang it. He did a really great job and had a lot of fun with it. It was hilarious.
He sang that
I
song?
missed that, but
Yes, he did. He
Joe,
sang it.
I
It
could
was
listen to
hilarious.
sing forever.
He did it nice and clean, and he did a great job on it, and he did it a cappella.
I just want
That's
Joe
awesome.
to sing Jack Black.
Did you guys all know that Joe is having a Christmas concert? And Anti, if you wouldn't mind grabbing that link from his page so people can set a notification. He did a poll on his channel and it was voted on that he's doing an all him concert, which I'm really excited for because his voice is incredible.
The 18th, isn't that right, Indy? I think.
I believe so, but I'm sure Anti will grab that link. And my notification is set. And he's also doing a karaoke, like an open mic sometime soon too for the holidays.
Sure.
Which, by the way, I do want to say next week. Okay, guys, I'm gonna take a minute because I don't have a ton of time left, and I do want to make sure I talk about a few things. Next week, it's going to be a Christmas party stream, and I'm pretty sure what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna reach out to some people, but I think it's gonna be Christmas karaoke. And I might be singing. We'll see. But Christmas karaoke, there'll be a lot of first-time singers there, I think. And then, first time, YouTube karaoke singers. And then we'll be featuring a lot of indie music videos because I've been keeping track of the Christmas songs that people have been putting out. And there are a lot of really great songs that are out there. So it'll be a much more music-focused stream. I know I've heard what some people are saying. It's a balancing act. I'm not a professional. I'm winging it always, guys, but I am trying to find a good balance of music and conversation. And I know sometimes conversation falls to the wayside or music falls to the wayside. And, we're getting there. We're working it out. But this is more of a conversation-based one I did tonight, or we did tonight. Thank you. And next week will be much more music focused, but some conversation, of course, in the midst of it. And then my husband's work schedule is changing. And so I think that, okay. Well, yeah, I'll get to that. Okay. So I kind of went out of order here, but that's okay. So starting in January, I'll be moving to Fridays again and streaming on Friday nights. And I'll be starting at least an hour earlier. I might even be starting 2 hours earlier, because that's another thing I've heard, is that a lot of people can't come or they can't stay very long because it starts so late. So it'll be moving up an hour or maybe 2, and on Friday night starting in January. And the first one will be my birthday stream. So that'll be really fun. And yeah, that'll be on January 5th. And that my birthday stream this year was the first one that I'd done in over a year. So it'll be kind of like a year of streaming celebration as well. So yeah.
Oh, your birthday stream last year was lit, girl.
Yeah, that was fun.
Am I supposed to build you a cake or something?
I want you to play or sing or something, Gary. I want you to get up here and play guitar. That's what you can give me for a birthday gift.
All right, what
No pressure,
what day is
but
it?
pressure. I'll send you information, Gary. I'll send you an email.
All right, I need to prepare a little
Gary
bit.
will
but-
play
Yeah,
guitar, and I'll sing to it.
All right.
I might play a
Well, that's hard
little
to do,
bit.
but
If you could sing some Rolling Stones, we'll play some Stones tunes.
yeah. Yep. And then the other thing, just kind of knocking all the business stuff out of here, but another thing is on December 30th, Steve Harloa is hosting a memorial stream for Ron for Dangerous Freedom. And
Oh, wow.
yep, and we'll be multi-streaming that on a few different channels. So if you're interested
Look,
in
I
being
want to
on
be there
that,
for that. I want
yes,
to be there for that. So if
absolutely.
you can email me and make
Yep.
sure that I'm there for that, I'd love to be.
100%.
You
100%.
said a memorial
And
stream for who? I'm sorry.
Dangerous Freedom. A lot of people here knew him. If you didn't, you're more than welcome to come and
sorry, I didn't.
still participate and chat. Yeah. But if as far as coming up on panel, it's going to be reserved for people who did know him in person.
But it's kind of how we all met each other through him.
A lot of us.
And
a lot of us
then he
for sure.
passes away, and it's like we're all like going, what? Yeah.
So Steve is going to be the main chat for that, but I'll have it on my channel as well, and then there'll be I think we're hoping several others who want to participate in that. Gary, for example, Virginia. If people Mayhem, if you guys want to participate, let me or Steve know, or just hop up that night. It'll be kind of we're kind of figuring people kind of hop up and say what they want and go back down or whatever. Yeah.
Yorga, I'll text Steve and let him know to email you.
No, I got it. Yeah, I already got the link and everything too. Yeah, I'm kind of heading that up.
I don't want to miss that one. I don't want to miss that one.
I know. I got you, Yorga. You're good. You were already on my list, sir. Yeah, along with quite a few people that I haven't sent it out to anybody. So if you haven't been contacted, don't feel like, why didn't I get contacted? I'm just letting people know now. But yes, and if you want to make sure you have that link ahead of time, or you want to reserve a spot or whatever, or if you have something you want to share for that, please just let me or Steve know. But yeah, yes, for sure. That's a great idea, Papa. We will do that. We'll make sure we play that. I have a whole playlist of songs, and I know others do too, that remind me of Ron. So we'll make sure we get some of those in there that night. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think that's all the business end of stuff. Just kind of letting you guys
What about the business?
know what's coming up.
What about the business end of you having memberships now? That's new.
Yes. Yeah, I
new.
know. Yeah.
Welcome.
This is the
Girl.
first stream where I've had them. Yeah, I know. I hadn't turned them on, and some people have been telling me I should do it, and I was like, well, what am I going to offer? So you can go check it out. Basically, the first membership level is like little emojis and things, which I have some ideas. We'll be adding more. Right now I'm at my maximum, but I hope everybody who has an emoji right now are people that have helped me along on this entire journey. So it's a sign of respect for all of you. Thank you. And there are so many more of you that I'd love to be able to have that for. And that also reminds me, development of a void. made the emojis that I have right now, and he is starting to offer those services to others. So if you're interested in having emojis made, or the membership badges or things like that for your channel, and if you don't have a way to get a hold of him, let me know, or you can reach out to him directly. That's Development of Avoid, and he's a great friend who's helped me out with that. So thank you, Avoid. I really appreciate that. And so then the second membership level includes a song, and that will be when I get it up. It's not even there yet, guys. I'm sorry, but it's coming. As soon as I can figure out how. That will be the song from Mamsie Graham that he made. That it was IndependentMany United as a community inspired. And that song will be included. And then the other level is for a once a month members only, at least once a month members only live stream. And so I'm not exactly sure which direction I'm going with that live stream yet, but I have a lot of ideas, and my hope is that it'll be kind of like a little bit smaller chat, and something a little bit different than what we do every week. So there you go. Thank you to everybody who's shown their support already. I'm blown away. I was feeling the love for sure.
One other thing I thought I should add to that too, Indy, is that there was a ton of membership gifting, and thanks to everyone for your generosity tonight. The membership gifting lasts for a month, and you have access to those emojis. Please, everyone, if you can renew the membership as it comes up after the 30 days, that's a big support. A lot of the memberships don't stick in a lot of the channels after they've been gifted. But if you can, that's awesome, and it shows fantastic support.
Yeah, it really is appreciated too.
Yes, I was gifted one, and
awesome.
Whoever that was, thank you very much. Very appreciate that.
Fantastic. Hey, Peanut, good to see you. I said maybe, Virginia, maybe you're gonna sing. No, I'm gonna really try.
I'm gonna put the pressure on you. You gotta do it.
I think I gifted over like 30 memberships. I think.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna go through these again. So I already had. I know 15th Ben was my very first member. Thank you, 15th. Love you to pieces. Avoid, I think, was the second. I might mess up some of these, but yeah. And then tonight, I know Buffer. I'm just gonna go through these all because I really do appreciate all of this, you guys. Buffering. Snooks became a member, and then she donated 10 memberships. Mayhem donated 10 here. Mike gifted a membership. Jen gifted 10 memberships. Brian became a member. Mayhem gifted another 10. Fantastic. And then I think that's all it's showing me, but I know there were more even, and a big donation and gift from Mayhem too. So you guys I'm feeling the love. I really am. And I really do appreciate you all. And, it's kind of like, to be honest, like an awkward thing, because I really do see this as like a communal thing that we're all doing together. But, I'm grateful for the support.
Well, I don't think you should feel awkward, Indy, because you do your utmost, as far as I see, to spread the love as well. So,
Agreed. Well, thanks, you guys, for being here and for
like I
having
said
all the feelings
earlier,
mutual.
like I said earlier, I was Mayhem Santa.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, all.
Merry Christmas.
What goes around
Right.
is all around.
William.
Huckleberry's
Golden
neck.
rule. Yep.
Just so you know, Indy.
What was
And
that?
I feel so bad. I forgot my hat at home too. Darn it.
Whoops.
What did you say, Bonnie?
I'm gonna wring Huckleberry's neck.
For what? What do you do now? I'm not there yet.
Oh my gosh, it's Huck.
I
It's
thought
Huck.
he had my back.
Yeah, Moonchad was on the naughty list.
India, don't underestimate how much you are loved and respected in various communities. I mean, your reach is wide and it's genuine and it's solid, and you have been a great supporter of so many people. So don't underestimate your value to a lot of the folks on these streets, man.
I agree.
Absolutely.
I agree. you've been. I'm just this itty bitty little channel, and I'm sorry, I don't remember where we met, but we met somewhere, and you have been supportive of me, and it's just like, holy cow, thank you so much. So yeah, you're an awesome person.
Yep.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I think we met through Mrs. High, maybe, or
Oh,
Pendar
yeah.
or Deb, one of the three.
Yeah. There you go. That's it.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that we have met. And I see you out there modding and dropping links and connecting people too. So, that's the thing. There's so many amazing people in this community, and we bless each other. So thank you.
I'm trying. I forget that I can do that kind of stuff, and so I'm trying to remember I can do that.
Agreed,
Yeah,
Mike.
And never underestimate Indy, because I'll tell you what. Since
Very
you were
funny.
talking about Steve's, memorial, I was going to do a memorial last year, but I closed my channel for a little bit because of all the drama. But I was going to do a tribute to Ron, and one of the things I was going to do was a shout out to all the regulars that went to Ron, and I thought it was going to be an easy task. I'll tell you what, to find all the regulars, I thought it was going to be like 150 people. No, it turned out to be like 500 people.
Wow.
Yeah.
That were his
There-
regulars.
Yeah, there are
Yeah.
so many people that are connected because of him, and then
Hey,
and then that spreads out. It's like a like a web. And
let me ask y'all a question. Are his videos still up? It's too painful. It's too painful for me to go back and watch them because I love that guy. But
Most of
I'm
them
just
are up. Yes.
so they're all up. They're all still up.
Yeah, that's still up.
Most of them are, yeah.
Yeah.
Did somebody else, were they able to moderate the
Hey,
channel
Amanda.
for him after his passing?
I
Maybe
mean,
that's
I
what
think he wrenched everyone, so he was never short on mods. But
yeah, but what happens if I croak tomorrow? I mean, nobody's gonna know about it for a long time. I mean, I guess my videos would just stay up there. Not that I have any good ones.
Thank you, Rich Runner.
No, come on now, Yorga.
Come on.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
I mean, even when people do go missing. Thanks, Papa. Even when people do go missing for a little while. Speaking of which, if anybody has seen Hoot, I'm getting a little worried about Hoot Owl Holler. I just haven't seen Hoot around. So if anybody's seen Hoot, please let me know. But otherwise, keep an eye out. Yeah, just somebody fallen off the radar here recently.
I think it's been a week or so, but I was also down with the flu for like a week and a half. So I'm just kind of getting back into myself. So
Mayhem is drinking straight vodka out of that bottle.
Have you-
straight vodka?
Indy, have you checked Deb's channel? Isn't Hoot on Deb's channel sometimes?
I haven't seen Hoot over there, and I have been over there, frequently. So yeah, but I'll be keeping an eye out everywhere.
Okay.
I second
just,
that. I haven't
get a little
seen Hoot for a long
concerned.
time. Yeah.
Yeah, right, William? Yeah. of course,
Somebody
15th
else
first.
asked me about Hoot, and I
Facebook?
haven't seen.
Yeah, we were
Yeah.
talking about it in rescues today. People were asking where Hoot was.
Yeah, a lot of people saying they're concerned too. So, yep. Yeah.
Oh, my.
Okay. Well, I will put out a. I'll try to reach out as I can, and if
put out a
everybody can.
bolo.
Maybe post on
Guys,
your
that's it.
community tab or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Lots of people saying they haven't seen Hoot. Okay.
To see you, Tennessee.
All right.
All
Well,
points. All points bulletin.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, well, you guys, I do have to wrap things up because my kids are going to get here in a few minutes, and it's going to get really loud really quickly before they crash.
Right?
But yeah. But thank you so much to everybody who came up on panel tonight, and for everybody who's been here in chat. And I just love all of the conversations that we had, and yeah, just appreciate all of you. I love this community.
Thank you, Indy.
Thank you for hosting, and thank you for allowing me up.
Yeah, of course not. It's so great to have you up here for the first time. Yeah. Does anybody have any final thoughts they want to share, or anything you want to say about anything coming up on your channels or anything along those lines before we go to our final song?
No, I just wanted to apologize. John specified podcast when I came in. I interrupted his thought. I do apologize. I'm sorry about that.
Don't worry about
Oh,
that.
that's just par for the course here. You're good. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, William. All right. Okay. Well, we have this final song to pull up. It kind of goes along with what we've been talking about tonight. This is by Synthworks, who I've shared a ton of Synthworks music. I love what Synthworks does. And this is called Political Inception. So have a great week, everybody. Much love to you all. And we're stronger together. Reach out to people and look out for each other, because nobody's coming to save us. It's all on us. Let's help each other out.
Good night. God bless.
These United States are confronted with an economic affliction of great proportions. We suffer from the longest and one of the worst sustained inflations in our national history. It distorts our economic decisions, penalizes thrift, and crushes the struggling young and the fixed income elderly alike. It threatens to shatter the lives of millions of our people. Idle industries have cast workers into unemployment, human misery, and personal indignity. Those who do work are denied a fair return for their labor by a tax system which penalizes successful achievement and keeps us from maintaining full productivity. But great as our tax burden is, it has not kept pace with public spending. For decades, we have piled deficit upon deficit, mortgaging our future and our children's future for the temporary convenience of the present. Government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem. Time. To continue this long trend is to guarantee tremendous social, cultural, political, and economic upheavals. You and I, as individuals, can, by borrowing, live beyond our means, but for only a limited period of time. Why then should we think that collectively as a nation, we're not bound by that same limitation? Government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem. Time.
Evil.
Government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem. Time.